Hello? Oh, you've decided to work today, microphone. Oh, that's very generous of you. I appreciate it. Hi. Welcome in. How are we doing? Only Kessa and myself in the pit today. It's okay. I've got good company. I'm happy. How we doing? If Tavern is inside a cave, then the pit is in a cave in a cave. Does the pit also have a pit? Well, who's to say? Who's to say? We don't have any pitspeditions that have gone on, I don't think. I don't think anybody's really done that much exploring in the pit so far. Hey Tuta, Mo Tuta, how do I pronounce that name? Sorry, I'm gonna need a little bit of guidance on that one. How you doing? Are we ready? Who takes first today? What do we reckon? 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Ooh, Billy with the quick draw. Petroshka. One that belongs to the pit. Billy again is too quick. He's too quick off the quick on the draw. Wait a second. I'm seeing a disparity. In my system here, I was gonna say it says Katja first, then Billy. I think Katja beat you, Billy. System balk, but hey, I've got to step in as the mediator sometime. Do you mind if I refer to you as Mo? Is that cool? Is that cool? Time traveling? I know. Give you a second. Put the second banner down first. Was that what I saw out of the corner of my eye? Okay. Hacks. Something is disturbing the timeline. Hours. Okay. How we doing? How was our weekend? I had a lovely weekend. I had an amazing weekend. Saturday, we found the last few remaining pieces for the Cyclops, which was the big submarine that we needed to put together in Subnautica. We found the last pieces of it. We put it together. We added all the bells and whistles. We took it out for a spin. We almost immediately sunk it, but that's fine. So that was fun. Then on Sunday, I had D&D, which is also very, very, very fun. I'll give you the quick little footnotes of it because I won't bore you with the particulars. But basically, my players had arrived at the city that the campaign was going to take place in. This happened before, so this was before the session on Sunday. They arrived at the city that the campaign was going to take place in. They went in, they met up with some people. They're like, "Hey, so what's going on here? Like, things don't seem quite right. Like, the castle doesn't exist anymore. That's a bit weird." And then mid-conversation, like, this big creature attack happens. So they go and deal with the creature attack. Then some corrupt city guards sort of wander over. Oh, best viewers, hell yeah. Some corrupt city guards run over and they're like, "You guys must be responsible." And an NPC like takes the fall for it and they get carted off. So this session, the players all banded together to go and break out the person who had taken the fall for them. And in the process, basically antagonize the city guard as a whole. I won't say that that's necessarily what happens, but it's at least how they feel that it's gone so far, is that they've antagonized the entire city guard system, which is, if you're in a one city-based campaign, kind of terrifying. Hi Jam, how you doing? Welcome in. Welcome. 100 streak? Hell yeah. I went to Comic-Con, so it was nice. So many beautiful cosplays. Yeah, nice. Any particular favorites? Much nicer? Yeah, no, the 15's decent. Was it 6 last time? 2 6s in a row? In terms of what I want to do for this stream, there are a couple of things on the brain. Thing one that's on the brain. I want to darken the ceiling, maybe, a little bit. That way there's more of a contrast between the lit sections and the non-lit sections. I feel like these sections could pop a little bit more because they're kind of all blending in a little bit too much for my liking at the moment. It doesn't need to be much, but I'd prefer a little bit more than it currently is. So there's that. Second thing is, this section of cliff here feels... Yeah, no stress. This section of cliff here feels a bit wonky, so what I might do is I might allude to it not existing and just punch a hole through there, say that this is a waterfall here, and then extend this mushroom over to there. I feel like that would feel nicer. And then make these posts a little bit darker, I think. And then I've got this rock to render here. A few more things beyond that, but we'll start with that. There was a Rani from Elden Ring, and the main character from Bloodborne found out that you would have to get a PS4 to play it. Cry. Yeah, the issue with Bloodborne has been going for heckin' ages. People have been ranting and raving about getting a version of Bloodborne that isn't exclusive to the PS4 for, I want to say, since like 2011, if I've got my timelines correct. Hi Paradox, welcome in. Bloodborne release date 2015. Okay, so I'm thinking 2016. It's been 10 years. Yeah, it's been like 10 years of people asking for Bloodborne to be on anything else other than the PS4. And the answer has always been no, which sucks. How many hours did I put into this one already? Yes, all of them. All of my hours. Tons of Has-Been Hotel characters. Oh, nice. That's always cool when it's sort of more indie. I like that a lot. That's cool. I've said in the past, Gotcha, that I usually wouldn't put this amount of time into something. Like, if it's not working and I'm having to struggle this much, I'd usually just move on and be like, this idea isn't functioning. But because I need this, like I need this image, I kind of need to just push. I need to push through, which sucks, but is what it is. Doing okay? Had your MRI yesterday, supposedly getting your results by tomorrow. Good luck. Good luck with the results. Man of detail Mahali puts in each corner is insane. Yeah, insane as in I'm insane. Yes, I agree. I am supremely jealous. I'm supremely jealous of, you know, those illustrators that have a style similar to me, but they've been in the industry, like in the industry for like decades. They've been in the industry for like decades and decades and decades, and they can just kind of poop this kind of thing out in like 5 minutes. I understand how they do it. It's pure, like, 1, skill, obviously, 2, insane amounts of experience, and 3, like a lot of training goes into it, which I don't have. Supremely jealous. Repetition, agreed. Well, hopefully in like 2 decades time I can poop out something like this as well. Not even 9. Sorry, Pretender. Hey, doing, bud? How's your weekend? Once I paint something for the first time, second time is easier and faster. Yeah, I mean, that's probably also part of it. The fact that all of my pieces are supremely different from each other probably doesn't help my case. So that's probably something that I should do in the future, is focus a little bit more. I don't know, I've got the attention span of a gnat. Like, why would I focus on one kind of imagery when there's all different kinds of imagery to do? More fun to do something new? Yeah. It's less about fun and more about my like aspirations, I guess. Like I get inspired. I'm like, oh god, I really want to do this, you know, blank. I want to do blank, and it's got absolutely nothing to do with anything that I've done previously. That you only like painting humanoids? Turns out you freaking love marine animals. Yes. Has Subnautica inspired you? Oh god. Just anything but Leviathans. Gotcha, and we're good, okay? I mean, I say that, I'm kind of tempted to paint Leviathans. They're just so heckin' cool. Dave the Diver. Okay. Now, I've had this game recommended to me a few times. This is the game that you run a sushi shop, and in order to accrue your like your menu for the day, you go and dive for fish. Is that correct? That's the one? Hell yeah. Okay. The sequel, Dive the Daver. Where the ocean dives into Dave. Oh no, oh jeez, it's so violent. Favorite Japanese YouTuber? Masaru? Oh. As in they play the game? Or they do the same thing where they run a sushi shop and they go diving for their fish. I don't think... Do people actually do that? That's insane. He's an actual diver. Hot damn. Have a question about a word choice you want to use in a project? Good time to ask? Yeah, yep. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it, Paradox. Thank you. I can get a little bit overwhelmed sometimes, so I do appreciate you checking in on me. I appreciate it. Dave the Diver is a documentary. Don't. Oh yeah, matter of fact, we like that. That's not true. I won't be gaslit. Then he fillets the fish. Other weird stuff. Oh, okay. A lot of my YouTube shorts are like artists, Lego builders, and because I'm a child. Artists, Lego builders, and like Pokemon pack openings. That's all of my YouTube shorts. I am a child. The context: writing a self-insert Res E fanfiction, and in this section, your self-insert is questioning if the term error is the right word to use. Okay. That one guy from the Discovery Center. Yes, it is. It is. It is. I've got his name on the tip of my tongue. Why can't I think of it? Master Builder. What's his face? God, he never says his name. But yes, it's one and the same. Somehow been sucked into the game world is technically forced to by the same line to go through the main plot as an additional main character, and of course she has to disguise herself. Jesus, yeah, it's Master Builder Jesus, correct. Jesus, yeah, exactly. Here's the thing. He says another Master Builder's name more often than he says his own, who is Delaney. I'm familiar with Master Builder Delaney, who also I have her shorts as well. I can't remember his name. God. And of course you know Jerry from accounting, yeah. Both works with blocks of wood. True, technically the Lego company started as a carpentry company. She has a journal. She's trying to find the term that would work for the years that she is forced to go through the terrifying moments of the game's plot lines. Trying to find the term that would work for the years that she's forced to go through the terrifying moments of the game's plot lines. A term for the years. Scars? Marks? Haunts? Those are the words that are coming to rotations, yeah, potentially, yeah. You mean with Latina pronunciation, of course, of course, of course. Et voila. Alec, yes, Master Builder Alec, of course. Frick. He never says it. Saga, yeah, could be Saga. Snippet of what you have right now. Is error the right term? Haven't the faintest clue. Any other term to use? Chapter feels a bit. The bit is what you're looking for, like lackluster, but for the you don't know why you don't like the name. Is error the right term? Haven't the faintest clue on the other on any other term to use. Chapter feels a bit melodramatic. Chapter feels a bit neat, like too neat. Chapter feels a bit corny. Maybe if that's your opinion on it. Chapter feels a bit cliche, maybe is the word that you might want to use, because I don't know. Good morning, FPV. How you doing, bud? How you doing? It's been a little bit. How you been? Phase, stage, cycle. Yeah, these are all alternatives. Pompous. That feels a little bit too like. A little bit too analytical. I don't know what the word is. Feels a little bit too sharp of an observation. But yeah, how you doing, FPV? How you doing? How the last couple of weeks been? Being big stressed, being honest. Hanging in there. Today you've got to play catch up on all the projects you've been stacking on. Spoiler, all the projects you've been stacking on are, well, all of them. Yeah. Sorry, bud. Sorry. Hopefully you find ways of being able to regulate the stress a little bit. Make sure that you're taking time to, like, decompress, you know? Because it's all well and good to get on top of everything, but if you destroy yourself in the process, there's no point, right? How am I? I'm doing good. Sleep's been feeling a little bit better, which has been nice. It feels like the strategies that I've been putting in place have been really helpful. I've got a pretty big gig coming up, which I'm excited for. It's I'm not sure if I can talk about it in detail yet, but it's a commission for a card game. Potentially. It's not actually locked in with contract signatures and stuff yet. But we're in the talks at the moment. I'm super keen. It's gonna be fun. Knock on wood. Yeah. Yep. Like it's an indie job, so like I won't allude to it's Pokemon. No, it's not Pokemon. It's an indie job, so I won't allude to it being any of the big three or anything like that. But I'm super keen. The premise seems really fun. Chapter feels too simplistic. Yeah, that could apply. Got the right word? Neat. Feels too neat and tidy. Perfect. Easy. Lock it in. Chapter feels like it undersells the horror that you've been through. Oh, I do like that. It kind of like underplays it and it doesn't feel like it has enough punch. I do like that as a description. Am I going to stream it? They have said that if we go ahead with it, that they are completely fine with me streaming the process, yeah. So if it's thumbs up, then yeah, I'll probably... Maybe not the whole thing, just because I'm not as productive on stream, but at least for some of it, yeah, I'll probably stream some of the process. Knock on wood? Yeah, knock on wood. They seem nice. Yeah, so we'll see. Know the knock on wood phrase origin? Your partner, Dutch background, told you the Dutch lore if I want it? Yes, please. The etymology of knock on wood, yes. Hi Chinchilla, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope you had a good weekend. But yes, D&D was very fun on Sunday. I had a very good time. I need to get out of my own head when I've just in general I've caught on to the fact that I have a habit of like checking too much. Does that make sense? Like I'll finish a stream or something and my immediate first thought is like, did everybody have fun? Is everyone okay? Like, did everyone wear their seatbelts or whatever? I do the same thing in D&D as well, where I'll end a session. I'll be like, was that okay? I need to stop. I need to stop doing that. I need to have a bit more confidence in myself. I mean, yeah, I need to have more confidence in general. But specifically with this, I need to stop second guessing myself as much as I do. The story goes that there's fairies that live in the woods called wood fairies. They're the mischievous and deviant type. So you would knock on wood while telling secrets or wishes so they couldn't hear you. To foil your plans, that's sick. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Quick knock on wood. Well, I mean, that speaks to that'd be so cool. That'd be so cool. The idea of like playing into, you know, the classic like throwing salt over your shoulder to like avoid bad luck for an upcoming thing. I like the idea of really playing into it. So for example, instead of just knocking on wood, you're like audibly knocking on wood and making sure it like echoes or whatever. Prepare thyself. Ah, frick. Miz, welcome in. Good atmosphere in my art. Thank you. Niz, how you doing? Welcome in. Very D&D coded. Incredibly D&D coded. How'd you go, Miz? Welcome. Lemon, Aiden. How's it going? How'd you go? The Voidness. Oh, you weren't playing the Voidness before. What was the game before that you were playing, Miz? That well, now I see how it is. No, that's fine. It's just coming in here with boss energy like that. That's fine, Niz. Oh, wait, no, that wasn't Niz. Oh, that was FPV. Good lord, yeah, hell yeah, well done. Long time no see. Oh, I know it's been heckin' ages, Aiden. How you doing? You're here on Arkham Horror Reprieve. What happened? Did you finally get locked up, dump truck? Did they catch you? First one was called Trenches. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That lines up. How was stream? Did you have fun? Wouldn't that have been cool? Yeah, it would have been cool. It would have been cool. Yo, check this out. Dab into the natural 20. Speaking of, does rolling in that 20 mean you get to point at laugh at the Pit King? You can if you'd like to, yeah. That's tough. That's tough, Lemon. What can you do? Life is a series of snakes and ladders. To the pit. You're joining me, Lemon. You're joining me. You're joining Kessa. We're having a great time down here. But yeah, Miz, I hope you had a really good stream. Thank you for egging in. If you've got any work that you would like to share, as per usual, I would love for you to drop a link in the chat or the Discord or both, whatever works for you. And then on top of that, if you've got to look after yourself post stream, food, water, sleep, decompression. If you've got to go like starfish on the floor somewhere, that's all good. You know, you've got to stretch out your tentacles. You know, make sure that you don't develop tension. Tension is the worst. Tension in tentacled articulated joints, that would be the worst. Absolute worst. 5 stream streak. Hell yeah, you're streaking. Hi, Squid. Welcome in. How you doing, bud? Oh, 9. But yeah, my question before, dump truck. What, Arkham? Nein. Das ist nicht gut. Wir haben ein großes Problem. Das Pit. Es ist sehr groß und what other descriptors do I have that could describe the pit? I suppose no more complaints beyond that. Es ist sehr billig und warm und sehr nett. Das Pit ist sehr nett. Stream was okay, had a power blip that ended it for a second, but the latter game you played was fun. It's always the worst, right? It's always the worst. When it drops for no reason. The amount of like cursed stream drops that I've had. But glad that it stabilized afterwards. I'm glad that you had fun with the second game. You didn't end up having fun with Trench? What a pitiful description. Yeah. I've got toddlers first German. It's not great. Le horreur. Actually, that's a good point. Actually, you know what? Let's learn a new word. English to German.
Horror.
Horror. So it's just 1-to-1. Okay, sure. Scary. Oh, here we go.
Beängstigend.
Beängstigend? Beängstigend.
Beängstigend.
Beängstigend. Das Pit ist sehr beängstigend. Oh, good lord, that word is awful. But now we know. Le horreur. The horror. Yeah. But I presume in France, right? Es ist nicht Deutsch. Oui. Euh, parlez-vous français? Je n'ai pas. Trench was trenches. Ah, I see. A bunch of empty corridors. It's tough. It's tough. Hence why it's such a wonderful thing to stumble upon, like a wonderful horror game, you know, because you have a couple of stinkers out there. Welcome in, Noah. How you doing? Power went out last night randomly. Woke up in the middle of the night and went, "Why is my room so hot?" Oh, your fan would have turned off. Yep. One thing you really love about English is that it's 3 languages hiding in a trench coat trying to sneak into an R-rated movie. Yeah. With like a bunch of the little voices from inside the trench coat be like, shut up, like elbowing each other. Yep. Doing well. Glad to hear. You must food. Go sort out your food. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit, bud. What are some things that work for me to manage or alleviate my stress? Enjoy your legs, good. Well, I've got a few things. I went through learning like a bit of like CBT and mindfulness, and that helps a ton whenever I'm getting particularly anxious or stressed. I know that taking a bit of time to meditate can kind of center me in the moment, because it can get really easy to spiral. But if you take a moment to be like, you know what, if we just vibe check the moment that we're currently in, the world isn't ending. We're okay. Well, you know, we've got ways of being able to stabilize from here. That helps a ton. Preemptively, well, not even preemptively, actually, in the moment, if I feel like I'm becoming overwhelmed, going through and structuring my time management can kind of reassert my control over the situation. So instead of it feeling like I've got no control over the universe and I'm just being subjected to all these things, if I go through and I go, okay, let's break it down into what are things of high priority, what are things of low priority, how much time do I have today, how much can I fit into today wisely, how much can I fit into today wisely. If I can't do this particular task, why can't I do this particular task? Is there a thing in the way? Okay, if there is, break it down into baby steps. What would I want to do in order to deconstruct it into manageable chunks? So if it's a case of, I don't know how this works, so I can't get it done, cool. So that means that a prerequisite to getting that task done is finding out how to do that task. So it might require a bit of study, a bit of research, a bit of checking with other people who are like more knowledgeable in the subject and stuff. So I essentially go through and I break the giant mountain of tasks in front of me down into chunks, and I lay them out in front of me so that I'm getting little wins as I go. So I'm getting little chunks out of the way one by one. So an example for today might have been, I was running out of food. I had no food in the house, like none. So I needed to go grocery shopping today. That's just something that needed to happen. I've been procrastinating about getting my eyes checked because I know that I've got some problems with them at the moment. So I locked in, at the very least, going to the optometrist and booking an appointment. So even if I don't get that sorted today, I'm at least getting that in motion. And then I've got some flights that I need to book for my brother's wedding in a couple of months. I've locked that into, okay, I'm going to talk with the other person that needs to book flights as well. I've locked that in as a conversation that will happen later in the week. So I'm going through, and even if I'm not completing those tasks, I'm at least setting them in motion so that they're more manageable, instead of it just being like a scary task that needs to eventually be done, you know? English is about 2,000 tiny soot wisps in a trench coat trying to... Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Woo! It's a little sad. Twitch doesn't let you use emotes you are attributed to for free. Wouldn't hurt their profit to a significant degree. Yeah, but the problem is that Twitch is so not profitable for Amazon that they kind of need to nickel and dime a little bit. Like I kind of hate it, but at the same time I understand that they're running it at a loss. So I'm grateful that it just works. I'm grateful that it works. That's how you think. Organized productivity and problem solving. Yeah. It's very easy to fall into the spiral of it's too much. It's too much. There's too much going on. There's too much. But if you break it down into manageable chunks, it's no longer these 10 things are due next month. It's these 3 things are due at the end of this week. It's like, oh, okay. That's way more manageable. If I do those 3 things this week, I'm good. I've done my job. And then, you do the one for the week after, the week after that, week after that. And you break down those 10 things that are due in a month. You kind of distribute them across the time that you've got allocated for yourself. You're good. It's not so simple. Obviously, like a lot of time, effort, dedication to the process needs to take place, but it does help. It helps a ton. One small thing for you that helps manage your stress, albeit marginally, is organizing a set of things that are tangible, like a bookcase or like folders. Okay, like organizing your personal space. Yeah. I know of a couple of people who are very much so like that. Like, if their desk is messy, their head's a mess. Like, they can't focus on anything. They're perpetually disorganized. They're having the worst time. But as soon as they clean up their desk space, all of a sudden their mind is purring like an engine. Nothing holding them back at that point. I think the calm comes from a sense of order or logical system, soothing to your ADHD self. Yeah. Yep. No. It makes complete sense. It does. Not to go into detail, but I've got like OCD stuff. And it very much so feels like that sometimes, where there's a sense of, well, I can't do X because I haven't done Y yet. And that's how it works, is you do Y and then you do, okay, maybe that's not the best example. I can't do Y because I haven't done X yet. So I need to do X and then I can do Y and then I can do Z. Like that's how the system in my head works. And it can be distressing if I try and like push out of that. But that's where I find that sitting down with like pencil and paper and drawing out a strategy can kind of help like pry that rigidity in my head apart a little bit. So instead of locking into I must do this, I must do this, I must do this, there's a sense of like, okay, well let's see what strategies I have at my disposal. What makes sense across this period of time? What can I allot to myself that makes it possible? I'll be back in an hour. Yeah, no stress. Do what you gotta do. You started on your spellcasting art. Sick. Nice. Can't wait to see it. Watched a dissertation about Twitch as a business asset. It's frustratingly clever. Amazon knows it's a net loss financial asset, but it's used for marketing and optics. Twitch improves the client perspective of Amazon as a company, helps them push Amazon Luna, and encourages advertising opportunities for giant corporations to capitalize on. Yep. Twitch is actually pretty akin to the Switch 2. Nintendo knows the sales aren't where they should be. Shouldn't matter realistically that it's currently a financial loss because of how giant they are and all the pockets they have. You say that, but the Switch 2 is selling on a better trajectory than the original Switch, and the original Switch did amazingly well. Like, it's moved more units in the first year than the Switch one did. They hit like 15 million units sold or something recently. That's a left turn. Yeah, I think a lot of people were extrapolating data off of like Black Friday sales and stuff, and they're like, oh well, Because the Switch didn't go on sale, it didn't do that well that weekend. Therefore, the Switch is probably doing poorly right now. But apparently, take all of this with a grain of salt because I'm not a financial analyst or anything like that. From what I can tell, the Switch 2 has never needed to go on sale because it's just been selling well every weekend. So even though on that particular weekend it wasn't selling as high as all the things on sale, on average it's selling really well consistently, so it didn't need that weekend. Mahali's a bona fide financial analyst, everyone. You heard it here. Oh, jeez. This is where the rumors start. Mahali, is it true that you're... No, it's not. It's not true. It's a lie. I've been a little bit bothered lately. I've been listening to Critical Role Campaign 4. I'm behind by a few weeks, so I've been listening to it whenever I can, as I'm working, as I'm moving around, whatever it happens to be. But my phone earphones have not stopped working. They've become buggy. So if I bump them the wrong way, they'll input something, whether that's like the like voice to text Siri thing. If you like hold the button, it'll go into the voice to... It does that randomly. It'll like mess with the volume. It'll pause and unpause. But the most important thing, the thing that's really getting under my skin, is if I bump the cable in a certain direction, it restarts the video. Now, why does this matter? Usually it's like it's a YouTube video, right? Like, oh no, it restarted a 10-minute video, whatever. If it's restarting a 4-hour D&D live play, I've got no idea. If I was listening to it, like if it's in my pocket and I'm not seeing where I am in the timeline for it, I've got no idea where it's jumped from. So I have to then spend the next 5 minutes like scrubbing through the timeline. Where the frick am I? Like trying to find where I was at previously. Ugh, it worst. The heart in Mahali is short for has a lot of money. True. But do you but financial analysts, are they generally rich? Is that the need to catch up? Yeah, because I was behind by like 5 weeks or something, so I've been slowly but surely catching up. Not a financial advisor. What did I do with your 15? I've invested it for you, Noel. I've invested it in my Harley coin. God, Stewie's a terrible influence on me. Phone might be a setting to ignore the commands from headphones. Well, here's the thing: is I don't. Honestly, what I'll need to do is I'll need to suck it up and be like, you know what? It's been like a couple of years since I got these earphones. I can afford to like get a replacement set. It's going to cost me like $30 or something, and then I'll be fine. Yeah, I just need to suck it up. The problem is that I use those like shortcuts quite often. I use them quite often. They're quite nifty to have. I could turn them off in the meantime, though. Google says average salary of a financial analyst in Kangaroo Land is 80. Oh, okay. Yeah, not bad. I wouldn't classify that as like rich, I don't think. Rich is what? Like 200k? I don't know. 200k? Yeah. That sounds like a lot of money. But yeah, it's been very fun. I've really, really, really enjoyed campaign 4. I've really, really, really enjoyed campaign 4. It's been very, very, very good. I've come to the conclusion, because I'm a terrible person. I don't like how Matt Mercer runs games. I enjoy how he runs them in the moment to moment. I understand this is a spicy take. This is an incredible hot spicy take. The hot to the touch. But I don't enjoy Matt Mercer run games in the sense that I tend to find that his pacing is a struggle for me. I tend to find that Matt Mercer games are very slice of life-y, where there's a lot of time dedicated to characters just kind of sitting around and doing stuff, which is fine. And like, it's great for character development and stuff, but nothing relevant to the story happens for ages. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of what I mean. So I'm not just baselessly throwing out these accusations of crimes that Matt Mercer has done to me personally. Campaign 2 of Critical Role is acclaimed for being the best one. Hands down, by far, everybody agrees Campaign 2, best one. I got to episode 11 of Campaign 2, The Mighty Nine, if you're more familiar with that name. I got to episode 11. And at that point in time, so 11 times on average 4 hours, so that's 44 hours. After 44 hours of campaign 2, nothing relevant to the story had happened. I struggle. I struggle with this pacing. Cuts to campaign 4, run by Brennan, and it's so much tighter. Every single session has to do with story, has to do with character outcomes, stakes, implications, world building. It feels rich in implication for the story as a whole, which I love. Don't get me wrong, I don't have an issue with how Matt runs his games fundamentally. I just recognize that they're not for me. So if you prefer Matt's version, that's like a little bit more airy and kind of allows more time to just spend a bit of time kicking rocks with characters, that's fine. It's just not for me. That's why you buy comics. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, correct. You heard a perspective you really liked about quote-unquote rich. Someone declined being rich as at some point where if you were to pay any more, your lifestyle and any day-to-day wouldn't change at all from what you're doing. As in, more money wouldn't influence your lifestyle from the point that you're currently at. Yeah, okay. No, that makes sense. But then it would mean that rich is more of a lifestyle choice than kind of, right? Because there are people who would be able to live on a much smaller budget and very, very happily so. And an influx of more money wouldn't affect their outcomes, as opposed to somebody who has like really greedy, like a really greedy lifestyle where any little bit of extra money and they're spending it, or like any extra bit of money and they're wanting to invest it in stuff, you know, like. A spicy take, but you don't like, but you don't have an opinion because you don't watch a lot of D&D. No, that's fair. That's fair. It's so good. Campaign 4 needed Brennan. Like, again, don't get me wrong. If Campaign 4 was more of Matt, cool. Like, at that point, it would just be a case of like, cool, I'm glad this thing exists for those who enjoy it, but it's just not for me. Like, I've given Critical Role stuff so many attempts. I attempted Campaign 1 stopped at around episode 12. I attempted campaign 2, stopped at about episode 11. Attempted campaign 3, stopped at about episode 24. All for the same reason, and that's it felt like it didn't really have a sense of direction. And campaign 4, I'm hooked. I'm absolutely hooked. I'm up to episode 15 at the moment. I've got no intention to ever stop this thing. I need it. I need more episodes to come out. More about the idea of it being a threshold differs per person. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Rich isn't an economic term. It's a social term. Fair. Brennan is a delight of an internet persona. Agreed. He's wonderful. His experience burning. He was experiencing burnout after campaign 3. I get that. Especially given how boisterous the online community can be. It's like just between us, okay? Like this is just a secret, okay? Just between us. It's part of why I'm not comfortable yet with the idea of me doing any D&D stuff on stream, because the idea of doing it live in front of other people is very stressful. So the idea of doing it for an audience of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people is, I have no idea how people would be able to do it. Notably, really appreciate how little Brennan gatekeeps. Makes very complex things approachable and inclusive. 100%. 100%. I aspire to DM like he does. I'd like to think that my style is similar to his, but I've got no way of being able to check that without asking my players. Usually when you start watching a D&D show, you burn out or just stop watching at like episode 7. Your record was with Black Dice Society. Listened to episode 23, then you messed the episode order somehow, got lost and stopped too. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair. I wouldn't necessarily be able to recommend campaign 4 to you then, because I'd need to ask further questions, I think, to be able to find out what you find to be difficult to watch about them, you know. Hi Logic, how you doing? Welcome. How you been? Doing it live in front of people, just that those people are my players. Yeah, I know. Let me work up to it, okay? In a couple of years, maybe. I anticipate that the current campaign that I'm doing at the moment will take a year, maybe 2. We'll see. I'll see. I'm enjoying it a ton, so I'm happy to give it all of the runway it requires. But we'll see how my players feel about it. And then from there, like when that one ends, I might consider doing something live for the next one. It's just as long as Game of Thrones is, maybe even 3 times more. Yeah. Because that's the thing, is people kind of forget when they're like, oh, you haven't seen all of campaign 2. It's like, let's just, you know what? Let's quickly do the maths. Let's do the maths. Critical Role campaign 2 episode count. Let's see. 141 episodes. Okay, let's pull out the calculator. Boom. 141 times 4. 564 hours. 564 hours. That's insane. The thought of like, oh, you haven't watched 564 hours of my favorite show. God. Insane. Absolutely insane. So yeah, like no judgment at all if somebody's like, you know what, after the first few episodes I kind of fell off a little bit. You've already put in like at least 12 hours at that point. That's insane. Haven't actually played D&D yourself. Really like the idea he pitched in a video you saw a while ago about how Nat 1s shouldn't always end in failure. Instead, make them a plot point. Use them to make the story more interesting. Like, for example, maybe a Nat 1 actually successfully does the task, but now there's a curse or consequence that comes with it. I agree with that mostly. I mostly agree with that. I tend to narrativize the failure. So it's not just a case of you tried to do something and it failed. It's usually a case if you tried to do something, it failed. Something happened, just maybe not the thing that you wanted to happen. So like there's a feeling of like the thing that you did had consequences, you know, like it's never critical failures either. It's never like, oh, you went to like unlock the door, you rolled a natural one, okay, your pick explodes in the lock, destroying the lock permanently. You'll never be able to, like, nothing like that. There's awful in my opinion. But it might be the case of like you temporarily jam the lock or something, and then somebody hears you behind and starts running over. Like it compels the story forward, just maybe not in the way that you want it to. You have to get going. Have a good stream. Thanks, Noah. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit. Look after yourself, bud. Hope you have a good day. Can finish a few books in that time. Yeah, a few. Yeah. Yep. There's 141 episodes in C2. Last episode is 7 hours long. God. Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, as much as I judge, I'll happily watch all of, if campaign 4 goes through the same length of time, I will watch all of those hours with a smile upon my face. I'm a massive hypocrite, I'll be the first to admit. Usually like 3 hours. Very funny, very fun to play it. Can be fun to watch, but it's a big commitment. It is 100% massive commitment. That's kind of more the issue that I have is if somebody has like a really how to explain, they're taken aback by like, oh my god, I can't believe it. You haven't spent 3 centuries watching this thing? I suppose that's what catches me off guard whenever it happens. Glad they ended up making the animated show. That's the thing, right? Is I have come to the conclusion that I probably won't ever finish campaign 2 in the traditional sense, which kind of sucks because there are some aspects to it that I think I would enjoy. But yeah. I've at least got the animated show as a potential replacement, so I can get the cliff notes of it. Here's the thing. I've heard that campaign 2 gets good at episode 19 moving forward. Good lord, no. Good lord, no. That's almost 80 hours. That's literally the same argument that destroyed any interest that I had of playing Final Fantasy 13. Somebody legitimately said to me, hey, you should play Final Fantasy 13. It's really good. It gets amazing. 90 hours in. No, you kidding me? No, thank you. I will do something else with those 90 hours. I will draw so many stick figures instead. Have I finished the short stories, by the way? No, sorry. I've been basically in a washing machine for the past month with insomnia and then the stuff with moving. But I did say at the top of the stream that my sleep is cleaning up now. So I'll see if I can get back into. I should just do a push. Because I know for a fact that once I've pushed through the short stories and get to the actual like run-on story, the one that's continuous as opposed to just like every chapter is its own contained sub-story. I know that as soon as I get to the main story, I'll be hooked. So I should just push through. I should just push through the short stories. It's a momentum thing. It's a momentum thing. Every time a short story ends, the momentum dies because it's like, oh, story end. I've explained it before. I've explained it in the past. This idea of whenever an anthology short story ends, I go, that was delicious. That was a lovely, yummy in my tummy. Okay, moving on to something else now. It's difficult to kind of stay on it, you know. The advantage of short stories is that I can come back to them whenever I want. That's the thing, is I know for a fact that I've cleanly ended all of the short stories that I've read up until now. It's a case of I need to go and start the next one. It's been an hour, has it not? It has been an hour. Okay. I'm gonna take my break. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna move away, across the seas to exotic new lands. I'm gonna take my break because I need to stretch. I need to take a drink of water, take a breather for a second. I recommend that you do the same thing. If you've been sat for the past hour or so, get up, move around. You'll feel better for it. In the meantime, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the following hour. I'll see you soon. Yabby. Wrong button. Hello. Hey, we're back. I'm going to try injecting a little bit of blue into the ceiling. Hi. Welcome back. I was just saying I'm going to try injecting a little bit of blue into the ceiling because it's a wee bit Just a smidge. Too desaturated for what I want. I hate it. How'd you do? Hope ads weren't atrocious. I hope nobody got that awful David Beckham ad where he's in the back of a driven car and they drive past a not a basketball court, like a soccer net area, and he's like, huh, yeah, and then they keep going. I hate it so much. I think it's because it's basically the same ad over and over and over and over and over again. It's been the same ad for the past like 3 decades, but they find different ways of remaking the same ad. Gotta go to sleep. Glad you were here for a bit. Thanks, bud. Thank you. Sleep well. I'll see you again soon. Rest up, bud. Good night. Ooh, that feels better. That feels better. That feels a lot better. Ooh. You muted and went on Discord until ads were done? You have no idea what you got? Nice dodge. I mean, for legal reasons. Oh no, I can't believe you've done this, Aiden. Twitch, I promise I'm behaving. I'm glad. I have I've heard that people, maybe myself included, have other how to vague post this. I've heard that other people have found a way of I'm just gonna say words, okay? I'm just gonna say words and we're gonna play word association, okay? I'm not making the connections here. I'm just saying random words. Cool? Some people stream. Twitch. Adverts. YouTube. And then shrug. Big shrug. And then I'll just say multiple platforms. And then I will look into the camera and go tee-hee. Okay? Can't sue me for that, Twitch. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just saying random words. The reason why I'm playing coy is because I did actually hear that somebody got banned for like advertising the other platform that they stream on. Specifically in order to avoid David Beckham. I'll put it that way. They were explicitly pushing like, hey, I do this, so you have options in order to avoid David Beckham. And they got banned because of that. Like, so Twitch doesn't have an issue with multi-streaming. Twitch has an issue with you advertising that you can avoid playing soccer with David Beckham. Which, like, I get it. Like, I understand why, like, fair. Like, I understand why. But yeah. They can't possibly ban me for clarifying in the Discord that that's what I do, though. Surely, probably fine. Oh, speaking of the Discord, what's it? We're gonna have it's been 2 weeks. We're gonna have another Hearthside this weekend. Hell yeah. I thoroughly enjoyed the Hearthside last time, so I'm excited for another. There have also been discussions about potentially having like a movie night at some point as well. I should start thinking about what I want to do for that. The animated film, what was it? Atlantis, the untold story, I think, was like something like that. There were some discussions about potentially watching that as a movie night. That would be fun. If I could pick only one type of creative project to lock into if I had to, which would I choose? I think you'd pick illustrative posters or portraits, personally. I think it would be scene concept art, specifically. I think, you know how, like, for the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, for example, concept artists were put together to, like, come up with the visuals of, like, Davy Jones on his organ. Like, and there's just, like, a dramatic shot of his back or something with the organ in front of him, stuff like that. Whatever that occupation is, of just doing scenes as concept art, or just like, I don't know what I do now. Illustration, just illustration. I'd prefer to do like scene illustration over portraiture though. As much as I do enjoy portraiture, it's very much so like a side gig as opposed to. Apologies to anybody who's gotten a portrait from me, but it's very much so my side interest. Disney's Atlantis, you love that movie? Oh, it'd be so good. Working on Atlantis would have been so much fun. Cutest cat is in your lap? Oh. Do we have a name? Eddie? Like, from Mass Effect? Ah, right. Oh yeah. I'm one of the heathens who played Mass Effect 1, went, oh, the controls are a little bit awkward, and then to the absolute, am I using the term correctly? Chagrin. Chagrin. Define. Annoyance or distress at having failed or been humiliated. No, it doesn't quite apply. For the absolute annoyance of a few friends of mine, I didn't go on to play Mass Effect 2, even though they told me, like, no, the controls are way better in Mass Effect 2. Just play it. Just play it, damn you. Drawing people just feels like the most natural or seasoned task your hands do, if that makes sense. Financially, though, you'd build websites. Crazy the work versus payoff. Yeah. Yep. At the very least, compared to art, yeah, no, I completely agree. 1 and 2 are untouchable. Yes, I did hear that there was quite the hubbub about how Mass Effect 3 resolved. I can see why. I can see why 1 and 2 are kind of the golden standard. She's the AI voice, but the lovely Trisha Helfer. Okay. Is that the AI that that Joker? Joker is the name of the pilot. Is that the AI that Joker interacts with? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm familiar. He walks into stream. Oh no. Yeah, I was gonna say, Bob, you unfortunately collide with the door frame a little bit. It clips your shoulder as you make your way in. Does wake you up in the process. Hey, Dawn. It's a little bit late for you. You okay? Waking up a sleepwalker traps them in a dream world or something, other myth like that. Is it? I have heard that superstition before, actually. No, don't wake them up. You can't. But it was never explained why. Is that why? They get like stuck in sleepland or something? How long into my streaming career did I decide on a Tavern aesthetic and ecosystem here? Ooh, I'd say we started locking it in after the first year. But then, like, I well and truly, like, mechanically blocked it in terms of like a bunch of the visuals, like the opening screen and stuff like that. That was on my return after my year-long break. So I streamed for a year. I took a break, worked on getting my name out there a little bit as an illustrator, then came back to streaming, and on the return, very much so locked in the Tavern, I think. You think the idea is you'll give him a heart attack? Either way, it's dumb. No, I don't disagree. It's still dumb. Hi, Josh. How you doing? I hope find a good long rest and morning time zone. Yeah. Well, I was just saying before, at the start of stream, Josh, that my sleep's doing okay. My sleep's doing okay at the moment. Like, I'm consistently getting 6 to 7 hours. I'm waking up in the morning consistently, which is huge for me. I know, like, like 10 o'clock is early. Whoa. For somebody who's been struggling with insomnia for a while, 10 o'clock is massive. Is massive, massive, massive for me. So I'm really happy with that. So overall, my attitude, my energy, everything is like way through the roof. I can actually feel myself thinking again, I'm trying to push through. The worst thing to contest with is head fog. God. That's the thing that I hate the most after a night of poor sleep, is trying to push through the sponge that kind of exists in between your actual thoughts and your surface thoughts. It's the worst, absolute worst thing ever. So I'm not having to contest with that at the moment. I'm really, really happy. What was it like pre-Tavern? Pre-Tavern was interesting. Pre-Tavern, it always had D&D vibes to it. because fundamentally I spent my first year working on D&D like illustrations. That was my whole thing. I'll quickly chuck a couple up on the screen. Hi Bollinger, how you doing, bud? Welcome. You've fooded? Excellent. I'm glad to hear. What food do you have on hand? Make me jealous, please. But yeah, I spent the first year making D&D illustrations, such as this and that, and perhaps even this. So this is all that I was doing on stream. Yeah. In terms of like stream assets, like what did the overlay look like and stuff? It was very much just like camera. I had like a branch sticking onto screen with like a swinging tavern swinging lantern over on the right. Towards the end of the first year, I think we had the initial version of this overlay up and going, but it wasn't locked in that this was the tavern or anything like that. That was very much so after. Had some leftover pizza. Nice. The before time. Yes, the dreaded before times. Great to hear I'm getting the rest. Sponge brain is bad. Sponge brain is bad. 9 out of 10 dentists do not recommend sponge brain. It is an awful product. Gets you nowhere. But yeah, to answer your question, Bollinger, I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well too. D and delicious. I know. I have a problem. I'm not beating the hooked on D&D allegations. They just ain't happening. I've sprinkled a little bit of blue into this top vault here. So before, it was very much so reminiscent of this section here, where there's like a little bit of blue, but mostly grey. But now we've got a little bit of ambient lighting that's kind of reminiscent of some of the blues that we're seeing in the light here, reminiscent of some of the blues that we're seeing in the water here. It makes it feel more holistically cohesive, which I'm appreciating. So I'm going to lean into that a little bit, I think. That 1 out of 10 recommends sponge brain is a parasite sponge brain creature that eats brainwaves. It's how they get you. They weasel themselves into the dentistry industry. The dentistry industry, that's awful. They worm their way into dentistry and then they trick you into using certain dental products that allow them to feast on your brain. Just because I hate conspiracy mind so much, I'm just going to jump in for a second and be like, no, that's not the case. Dentists do not wish you harm on average. Because I'll say that jokingly and there'll be there'll be a pocket of people who are like, yeah, no, that makes sense to me actually. Yeah, no, that I do actually believe that dentists want my teeth to fall out. Have we considered faint ceiling lights? That's kind of what this ambience is, yeah. Or do you mean similar to the candle bugs? Like little floaties up there? Wouldn't be the end of the world. Probably not candlebugs specifically, but maybe something to break up the ceiling mess a little bit. I'll see. I'll think about it. I'm liking its current direction, so I'll keep plodding away at that and see how I feel once it's ended. For the poster you're working on currently, got a big challenge you haven't tangoed with before. Illustrating black fur without losing structure of limbs. It's a black cat. Yeah, okay. What style, if you don't mind me asking? Like, is it like a graphic poster? Is it relatively realistically rendered? What are we talking? Illustrative realism? Okay. Okay. In which case, I would say lighting is your best friend. Sorry, I know that you haven't explicitly asked for it. I'll hold off. I'll hold off. Yeah. Sorry, immediate thought is like, oh, I'll help. You haven't asked for help. I should stop. Bad habit on my part. Underdark shiny, incredibly. Luminescent bits of whatever. Oh, like ore in the ceiling or something. Yeah. It's really like glowy mushrooms. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Hi, Noctua. How you doing? How's your neck? Sorry, that's very mobster.
So, Noctua, how's your neck doing? I hear that Tony gave you a visit earlier and helped with your rafters. If you
Does that sound threatening? Helping with your rafters?
helped install your wireless Wi-Fi router.
It's probably a metaphor in this somewhere. I can't pick it out. Like my juicy brain group, always open and receptive to my insights, fellow talented creative. Okay. I'll still make a habit of asking though, because I don't like that my knee jerk is like, let me get in there, because it can be intrusive sometimes. But thank you for your permission. In which case, I would say that lighting is your best friend on Black Fur. Not that I'd say that this is a brilliant example of it, but this is kind of how I've dealt with Dark Fur in the past. Is applying a sheen to it. So like you applying light directly to the fur shows like the subcolors that are in the fur if you want to apply subcolors, but if not, all of this turquoise could be like a gray instead, showing like a shimmer. It could be more controlled than what I've got in this current, like in this scene, where this is kind of like a flooding of light from the side. It could just be like a shimmer over the surface, just giving little bits of highlight. But it helps to, because as you can see, it helps to discern where the arm is. It helps to discern where the leg is. It helps to discern the shoulder, the head. It like separates the different parts, the tail, the front leg from the back leg. The lighting does all of the work for me, because I could imagine that if I didn't do the lighting as harshly as I've done here, a lot of the structure of it would be lost. It'd be kind of just like a turquoise or even like a dark gray, if not black blob. Yeah, so lighting has essentially done all of the heavy lifting in this particular instance for me. What would my grey matter do? Sorry, apologies. It'd be nice having all those colors available too. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Color limit of 4 as it's being screen printed. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. In which case, I presume you've got like other colors that you want to use in the scene as well, right? So how many colors do you have available to you for just the cat? If it's like 3, I would identify like main black, highlight with like speculars. That way you'd be able to use the spectrum of the 3 in order to pick up certain bits of it with highlighting. I wouldn't go so drastic as like, here is the head, here is the paw, like, and then like doing borders. I wouldn't necessarily do borders if it's like a semi-realistic look. A border could work. Pick a lighting direction and then just do borders. Could work. Palette you've chosen is a cool off-white, a tan, a rich chocolate, and then a faded black for all inking. Yeah, no, that could work. Black cats are just really dark brown, so when a lot of lights shine on, they get a dark brown undertone. Yeah, so kind of what I was alluding to before. So instead of it being this turquoise color that you'd get with the indirect highlighting, you'd have that chocolatey brown coming through. So yeah, obviously not rendered to this degree. If you're limited to 4 colors, that's so tough. I hate it. I wouldn't be able to do it. It's beyond me. I wouldn't be able to do that. But yeah, like basic premise of that. Chiropractic visit, right? For which? For I'm so sorry, Miss. Did I miss something? I don't realize how much I've spoken until I've missed a comment, and then I have to go through like 3 different branching thought paths. Speaking of which, still a little bit rough, but way better. Eating some breakfast. Yeah. What's sleeping in your own bed? It's a wonder drug. It's a wonder drug every time. Just trying to make some time to go through reference photos of black cats with their paws, limbs, bodies blocked instead of outward, so you can try and figure out the why of your brain knowing its legs and arms are there. What is the light and shadow information you need? There. My go-to is always like a super sharp option, so I'll throw the light off on like a really dramatic angle. I kind of despise soft light. I find it confusing and scary, and it's the meme of is it filthy Frank on his kitchen floor up against the door just screaming. That's me being confronted with gentle light. So I usually pick quite harsh lighting in order to be quite stylistic with how I do my highlights and shadows. One does not simply draw a cat and not include little bean. Of course. It's a must, yeah. Hi Slink, how you doing? Welcome. You're the exact opposite. You thrive in low contrast light. No, absolutely not, because I lose everything. I struggle because like right now I'm working in pretty soft lighting up here in the roof, and I don't get to as easily discern between different sections. Like I much prefer environments like this where it's super flooded. That way I get my extremes. About to check on Pacific Rim. Nice. Classic. Got a fun picture of your black cat's paw with toe beans. Spends 4 hours doing all the hires. Sets layer opacity for 3% on. No, absolutely not. Highlights are the best bits. I'm the best. That was a very Keanu Reeves response. I appreciate it. I go back to it every time because it's so good. The no, your breath. I don't think he even says no. He doesn't even shut down the other person. It's your breathtaking. Oh, guys, so good. I wish for just a modicum. It doesn't need to be all of it. I just want like a fraction of Keanu Reeves' suave disposition. Like his persona of just confident, like quiet confidence, is just the most enviable thing. So many 14s and 16s tonight. I know. And yet here I am, sat squarely in the pit. I mean, don't get me wrong, with good company. But still. Where's my 16, Where is it? Is it here, perhaps? Nope. Well, it's good to see that I belong to be where I am. I deserve to be where I belong. Keanu does have this element of being a little dreamy. He does. He just kind of swans through life. I don't know. Obviously, like a ton of effort goes into what he does. Obviously, but it's so effortless. Bye, Tavern Keeper. Oh, I'm dragging this with me. Come here. Grab one of your tentacles. Off we go. On my way down. It's the bucket of crabs. I've grabbed onto one of my fellow crabs and I've dragged you into the abyss. Ah, what can I do? I'm petty. A few of your favorite Keanu roles, actually, The Lake House and A Scanner Darkly. Biased because A Scanner Darkly is one of your favorite books. Here's the thing. I find Keanu's acting to be incredibly stilted, but I kind of get over it incredibly quickly. I don't find it distracting. Like it's initially a little bit awkward with his dry delivery. Yeah, like he kind of doesn't deliver things supernatural. Supernatural is a word. He doesn't deliver things in a natural feeling way, at least to me. Intuitively, it feels off, but it very, 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 no, don't. It very quickly kind of clicks into place and I'm completely fine with it for the rest of the movie. I don't know what it is. Take over the pouring of the drinks while I clamber back up. Thank you. I can always trust you. Just make sure that you're not trialing any of your potions in the meantime, right? Don't want any mistakes to happen. Oops. Pour a bit of that in. Oops. Trial a bit of that. Somebody should build an elevator from the pit to the tavern and charge a toll. Well, funny you say that, Kay. The Bone Collector actually charges that as a service. I've mentioned this a couple of times in the past, very flippantly, but I do actually intend to make an illustration of the Bone Collector, like a really, really detailed, super nice one. Hard on me. Burpees all over the place. Okay. This here Bone Collector, this little guy. I say little guy, Bone Collector actually real big. It lives in the pile of many things. Nobody actually knows how long the Bone Collector is. It just kind of keeps going. Like a weird skeletal hairy centipede. Doesn't make it seem too appealing when I put it that way. But essentially, if you pay the Bone Collector some bones, it can coil up to the tavern for you and deposit you back on solid ground. He's great in The Matrix and John Wick. Yeah, I agree. I think it's easier to digest in those movies because there's a higher suspension of disbelief just fundamentally. But I struggled at first with what was it? Bram Stoker's Dracula. His role in that. which is strange because there should be a pretty high suspension of disbelief in that as well, but it's not as corny like directly from the start because it kind of places him in like a very Joe Schmo initial. But that's the case with The Matrix as well. Yeah, I don't know what it is. But yeah, no, I very quickly get over it though, is the thing. You remember Keanu from Speed? Or are you just that old? No, I remember from Speed as well. We had to watch it for English. Should do a project together of making the Tavern a card game. Do a mashup collab. 32% joking. Here's the thing. I have so many ideas to do with that. But one, I don't think I'm very good yet. And two, I need to get faster. But two, I think I want to like flesh out the world a little bit more before I start like making things official, you know. Also, it's a little bit difficult because I don't know how I feel about like making stuff that other people have input their ideas on. I don't know how I feel. Sorry, don't mind me. Just getting lost in my brain for a second. Because the Tavern is kind of a collaborated idea. Miz versus Bone Collector. Oh no. One of the reasons he really liked his performance in The Lake House, despite it being a bit of a rom-com, his delivery felt a lot closer to his actual persona, you think? And it made it a little bit more believable. Yeah. Okay. A little bit difficult. I know this for a fact about myself. His accent is terrible in that, but you love him. I don't care. I love him. I love that man. Yeah, but Daddy, I love him. But yes, in all actuality, I love the idea of making little projects. But I'm not sure how I feel about like ever monetizing. Yeah, I don't know. I need to think about it. I need to think about it for a bit. Because it's dawning on me the fact that like we work together to world build for the Tavern. I think I'd need to get like people's consent and stuff for certain ideas. Like for example, if we were to make, I don't know. What's an example? Oh, like if we were to make a card game based on the Tavern or something, we would need like Digi's permission, for example, to use like the Candlekeeper concept. Because that's like a character that he came up with, you know? So like it would feel weird to like go through and make something based off of the Tavern. It's messy. It's messy. Bone Collector is just a funny little guy. Once you get to know him, he's a little bit like Vlad from Horton Hears a Who. Just the quirky guy in the tower. Yeah. Ms. World Lore is much darker, it seems. You have a pet void that eats the universe for fun. Wait, so you're the one who... Ms. Is it your black hole that's in the middle of the Milky Way galaxy? Is that your doing? Think you've finally decided on your next tattoo? Thinking to get a guillotine on the back of... I read that as on the back of your cat. On the back of your calf? Yeah, fair. of with their heads is V accurate to your punk to the punk bit of you? Ooh, very nice. Very, very, very nice. A part of me really appreciates the whimsical punk nature of like a V for Vendetta, like anarchisty kind of vibe. I'd never subscribed to it, but it's a cool aesthetic. It's a very cool aesthetic. That's different. A void is not the same as a black hole. Oh, okay. You dated a lady who had a buzz cut in college. Can confirm. It's very dreamcore punk coded. I get the impression that V for Vendetta made a lot of fans, and I don't mean in like the revolutionary, like anarchist kind of way. I feel like a lot of people went like, oh, Hugo Weaving. Am I wrong in making that assumption? Similar vibe with the Lorax and is it the Onceler? I've seen a lot of strange art. I've seen a lot of strange art on the internet. You're just a little eldritch kitty cat. Eldritch in what way? What makes a cat an eldritch cat? Hope I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay, Kels. Thanks for asking. Thanks for inquiring. Thank you for your sentiment. Language is weird. Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Sorry, don't mind me. I hope you're doing well too. A void is basically a sentient, never-ending liminal space. Okay. Right, so it's an emptiness, it's not a black hole suction type. Yeah, okay. No, I see that. No, I get that. I get that. If Vendetta was a sexual awakening for a lot of pan folks, no, I can see that. I can see that. And The Mummy 2 is also a lot of people's bi awakening. What part of the rock as a scorpion makes... Sorry, give me a second. Like, this guy? I'm confused. This the Mummy 2? This one? See the mascot you drew for Aiden? With the tentacles. Yeah, okay. No, I see it. I see it. No, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. You forgot this existed? Well, that's why I was, that was why I was a little bit confused. Rick and Edie is a couple. Yeah, okay. All right. So, sorry, because, like... because whenever I think of the Mummy 2, this is what I think of every time. CG perfection said no one ever. Yeah. That's why I was confused. I think that image was from the Scorpion King. Nope. That image is taken directly from the ending of The Mummy 2, Tomb of the Scorpion King, where the rock bashes down the door and is a big scorpion man. What are you looking at? Squid. The less you know, the better. You don't know? You don't ever watched that? Also your ace? fair. I still like those movies. The jank is great. No, don't get me wrong. I'm first but in seat when it comes to janky movies. I think one of my favorite movie going experiences over the last decade was don't mind me. Sorry. Burpees. Was Craven the Hunter, or Craven, or whatever it was. That was an incredible movie. There was just a scene in that movie where he's just jumping around on CGI rhinos. It was so good. You did say Scorpion King, so you were right, sorta. Just wasn't aware it was also called The Mummy. No. So, paradox. The Mummy, The Mummy 2, separate spin-off movie, The Scorpion King. It is a third incredibly separate, different movie. The Rock doesn't appear as a giant scorpion in The Scorpion King at all. He eats a scorpion, I think. But he doesn't eat, no, he eats an ant. Whatever. Yeah, so decisions were made. Craven jumping off the walls was very old school CG. Jumping off the walls, jumping off rhinos, riding on cars that are like jeeps that are actively sliding. It was it was a good time. It was a very good time. Paradox, I do not blame you for being confused. It is incredibly confusing. Hi Strider, how you doing? Welcome. Why didn't you ever make that connection? It's yeah. It's a thing that was decided by Hollywood. Like, yeah, we will make this. This will be a thing that exists now. CG Rock as the Scorpion King was horrifying. Yeah, I can attest to that. I second that notion. Miz's mind is blown. Well, here's the thing. The movie was so fundamentally stupid that I don't blame people for not thinking about it. No blame whatsoever. People have gay bi pan awakenings, but you don't think you've actually heard anyone describing realizing their ace as an awakening? Guess it's because awakening refers to feeling stirring up. What would the arrow ace equivalent be? Ace slumber or nap? Yeah, arrow nap. Yeah, exactly. I sleep. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, like, it speaks to like logic clicking into place, I think is more what it usually, not that I can speak to it. So, you know, this is me just like observing from an outside perspective. Awakenings are it seems to be a case of like, aha, like, oh, that makes like, oh, like I understand where I'm at. So I could see there being like an arrow ace awakening in that way, I guess. Again, a bunch of speculation on my part, don't mind me. Like a eureka moment, you know? Like, aha, I get it. Never seen The Scorpion King, but you've seen all of the Mummy movies? You're not missing out. I promise you, The Scorpion King is... have you seen Prince of Persia starring Jake Gyllenhaal? Jake Gyllenhaal? That one. No. Okay, well, I suppose I'd equate it to this. It's like the Mummy movies, but The Rock is surprisingly non-charismatic in it. The bad guy is just a dude that exists, and nothing really happens. So it's like the Mummy movies, but incredibly boring. Making a sequel to The Mummy 2 with the original cast, Dragon Tomb has been retconned. Ooh, I did hear that they were working on another Mummy movie. I didn't realize that. That sounds great. Yeah, I didn't realize that it was like a retcon like that. Okay, I would have assumed that included Timothy Dragon Emperor. There's a Prince of Persia movie with Jake. Yeah, there is. It's fine. It's fun. But you have to go into it understanding from the get-go this is going to be an awful cheesy movie. If you go into it expecting that, you will have a lot of fun. If you're going into it looking for like a culturally appropriate, like I'm looking forward to seeing like a lot of Middle Eastern casting for this movie set in fictitious Persia. I'm looking for a lot of respect with the culture. I'm looking for logic that makes sense. I'm looking for an engaging plot line. If you're looking for any of that sort of thing, you're barking up the wrong tree. You're in for a really bad time. I mean, Jake Gyllenhaal is the main character of The Prince of Persia. If that doesn't... I mean, it's... So it's a Marvel movie? No, at least Marvel kind of tries sometimes. They did not try with this at all. At least when Marvel does it, they're like, but Ben Kingsley wasn't actually the Mandarin, you know? If they at the end of Prince of Persia had Jake Gyllenhaal mug the camera and go, I'm not actually from Persia, then yeah, it'd be the same. It'd be the same thing. You blame Ubisoft for this? Yeah, I mean they were also responsible for the Assassin's Creed movie, so yeah, no, I can see that. You blame Ubisoft for everything. I feel as though Ubisoft is going through a lot at the moment. Shall we say atonement? They're experiencing atonement as we speak. There's an Assassin's Creed. Where have you been? Where have you been? Yeah, no, there has been. It's not very good. It's actually, I would say that the Prince of Persia movie is more watchable than the Assassin's Creed movie. The Assassin's Creed movie is just boring. How they managed that is actually no. This is a way that I can put it into words that will have it make sense to you. Do you remember how boring the Desmond parts of the Assassin's Creed games were? Where you're having a lot of fun as Ezio, you're running around, you're stabbing people in the eye sockets and stuff, and then you'd cut back to Desmond and it was incredibly boring. That's the whole movie, right? Even when it cuts back to Ezio, he still has the temperament of Desmond and he's just walking around in crowds. Like, that's the whole thing. It's incredibly boring. So boring. It's not even Ezio either, or Desmond. It's made up new person for both. Yep. Decisions were made. At least Marvel cast Asian actors for Asian characters, unlike DC. Frickin' Liam Neeson as Ra's al Ghul. Yeah, true. Yep. The child of Ra's al Ghul made the climb. So good. So good. Animus makes you sad in that movie. It's literally just GLaDOS from Portal. Am I gonna sneeze? Hello? Yes? No? Yes? No? Yes? No, I think I'm good. Why are movies adaptations always so bad? Because there's always a feeling of like shame with the source material. not to say that the source material needs to be adapted one for one, but you can feel the shame with the adaptation. They're like, I'm not comfortable with how this. Like, let's make it different so that it's more palatable to the average movie-going audience. But the thing is, palatable usually means incredibly dry toast, because they're just kind of they're not. There's no artistic direction to it. It's just like, let's go for the most like widely appreciable subject matter that we can possibly throw at a dartboard. And what this tends to, I'd equate this to why, sorry, this is opening a can of hornets. So apologies, but like, I don't care. The Rise of Skywalker is a Star Wars movie. The Rise of Skywalker is a Star Wars movie that suffers from this the most out of any movie that I think I've ever seen. If people have an issue with The Last Jedi, sure. No, I get it. Like, it's a divisive movie. It takes big swings. I really liked the big swings that it took. Other people hate the big swings that it took. Sure, cool. That's fine. We can all agree that it's a divisive movie. But it at least made an attempt to do something. The Rise of Skywalker knee-jerk overcorrected in the opposite direction, where they took so many anti-positions. They didn't take any positions. They took so many anti-positions that they ended up with an incredibly dry piece of toast that was so universally just like safe that it felt like a nothing movie. Okay, so people don't like the idea of Kylo Ren being the antagonist. Who do we have as the antagonist then? You know what worked? The Emperor. We'll put the Emperor back. Let's have it so that Luke didn't actually have character flaws. We'll take away his character flaws and retcon that. We'll have it so that Daisy Ridley, I know that we're kind of alluding to her maybe having some dark side tendencies to her a little bit, but let's allude to it, but then kind of like pull it back and not commit to that. Also, Kylo Ren is quite popular, so we won't have him go full villain, so we'll kind of have him as like a grey character in the middle. And then Hux is a popular villain, we'll kind of have him as a grey character in the middle. Poe Dameron, he had some like character flaws. Let's mellow him out. Let's kind of put him in the middle. Everyone across the board, they put all of the characters in the middle. They didn't commit them to anything. They even alluded to like, oh, maybe we make like C-3PO corrupted. No, let's pull him back and make him nothing. It was the most nothing movie of all time. And it feels as though a lot of adaptations do that, where they're like, okay, let's pull back from some of the extremities that the original material kind of takes directions with. Let's pull that back because it's a bit too spicy for us. Let's pull it back. But they don't push in any other directions to compensate for the fact that they're pulling back. They just pull back and do nothing else. So it's really, really, really dry. I should have been on my rant screen. I didn't realize there was a rant until like halfway through. And on that note, it's 6 a.m. Gonna head to bed. Have a great rest of the stream. Thanks for hanging out, bud. Thanks for hanging out. Rest up, bud. Sleep well. Movies like to bland, but fine for a wide audience and really good for a small. Yeah, exactly. That's what they try to do. It sucks. Sleep well, bud. Rest up. Hate the literal big swings that they took. Sure, that's fine, but at least it did something, right? I prefer movies that I hate over movies that I just don't care about, you know? I should have, yeah, I know. What would have helped them? An actual Vader level bad guy? Well, that's what they were building Kylo into. The promise of The Last Jedi was that instead of it being a single Vader character, the third movie was going to be Kylo Ren and the Knights of Ren as the antagonists, like the full group. And that would have been sick. It would have been super different. And I was so down for something different from Star Wars. And then they chickened out and went with the Emperor instead. And I sleep. I sleep so hard. Not too late if I'm going to continue. I keep thinking that I've stopped, but would call this image finished already. What are my plans with it? I need to figure out what I'm doing here behind the tavern. I need to separate this wall from this wall over here. I need to extend the mushroom on that left side. I need to render the stalactites up there. I need to render this rock in the foreground. I need to finish this rope in the foreground as well. I need to darken some of the posts a little bit. I need to add a little bit more life to the beach. Maybe a second rock crab, a couple more things maybe. Just give it a little bit more life. That rock on the left there isn't fully rendered yet, and the tavern hasn't been fully rendered yet either. And the trees up the top haven't been fully rendered yet either. Heck. If I want movies that are terrible to watch, so you recommend The Lighthouse. It's super painful to watch, but it's also great. I love The Lighthouse so much. It's so good. Hark! A Hidden Beholder? Sorry. Probably not. I usually add little Easter eggs to some of my other pieces, but because this is going to be like a front and center piece, basically every single stream, I needed it to be meme free. So a bit more detail. The poster, it's for a record shop that's having a huge sale. Asked for the inclusion of a black cat. So your idea is someone picking up a black cat mid-air off of a record player that has a dramatically breaking record on it. That's so good. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. That's so good. I mean, talking about big swings, like it's a fun creative idea. It speaks directly to the source material, like to the subject matter. I think it works. I'm gonna roll with the bit. Yeah, of course. Do it for the bit. I think it's been another hour, has it not? Yes, it has been. Okay. I think what I do from this bit through to the tavern is I think I just blend downwards. I think I just blend. So happy this morning. Finally got into the school's hospital. What happened? You must away now. Off to the ether. Your void needs cuddles. Okay. Go. Rest up, bud. Why not the 6? Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the raid before. Look after yourself. Void's gonna be angry. Of course. Seeming neglect. So when you say that you got into the school's hospital, Sloth, what do you mean? But before I insist on answers, I need to take my next break. It's been another hour, so I'm gonna step away for a couple of minutes. I'm gonna go stretch my legs. I'm gonna do big dramatic stretches. Drink some water, and I'll be back soon. I recommend that you do the same if you've been sat for the past hour. I recommend getting up, moving around a little bit. Helps with circulation. Helps with just feeling good. I promise. In the meantime, while I'm away, I'll run 3 minutes of ads so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the next hour. See you soon. Yeah, BRB. How you doing, bud? Trying to avoid you by streaming while you're at work. It's true. It's true. How did you know my strat? How's work going? Nothing bad. I'll wait the 50 seconds to make sure that you're back before I answer. Pardon me. It's the one downside of me taking my regular breaks is that I get I get a little bit burpy. Nothing bad. Just for the practical work of anesthesiology. Visit the place and played with some instruments, pulse meter, and even saw a dog, German Shepherd, get his blood tension measured, unfortunately. The last surgery was already done, so you didn't catch it. The next time you'll get sooner. Okay. Cool. So how far through, if you don't mind me asking, how far through the course are you at this point? Work's okay on your 30 now, then your shift is over? Okay. How long's the shift today? Dogs do go woof. Correct, 4 points. $30 out of 6 if you don't do any internship or else afterwards. Okay. 6 years, good lord. And Cats gave me out 4 points for you as well. Oh my goodness, we've got overperformers here. Uh, 4 to 9. Your finale of your 8 shift gauntlet. Ooh. 5-hour shift today. Okay. Doesn't that mean that in 30 minutes your shift is finished? Cats also go woof sometimes. I've found that cats make all sorts of noises, to be entirely honest with you. My cat makes like a bunch of squeaks and like bird noises. It makes the sound of like a jet engine sometimes, and it's heckin' weird. Thinking about hopping off? Nearly 5:30 in the morning, your eyelids are getting heavy. Yeah, please. Look after yourself, bud. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a good sleep. See you soon. Count the failed attempts in France. Actually, on your 6th year after high school. Sad emoji. Oh, no. But, like, it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. One, I can imagine being involved in medicine being an incredibly, like, what's the word? Fulfilling? Like, I can imagine it being an incredibly fulfilling career path. There's no question of, like, is what I'm doing worth anything? Like, of course it is, right? You're helping to save, or at least like improve people's lives. So on that front, you're fine. And then on the second front, like, people usually jump around a little bit in terms of what they're studying anyway. So don't be so harsh on yourself. Your trajectory is completely fine. your 30-minute break, then your shift is over. What? As in, did you just like delay your 30-minute break until the end of your shift and then just take it all in one go? Is that what I'm hearing? Medicine, more like medicine, not going to vax your kid. You meme, but people legitimately feel like this, and I think it's a darn shame that they do. Also, it was 3 to 9, not 4 to 9. Oh, that's awful. Good job for getting through it, bud. It was pretty chill. Since Kay did the same hours and tasks yesterday. Since you did the same tasks and hours yesterday, and it's cleaning, you can just do a good job on the previous shift and you have less work. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. And hey, it rewards you for doing a good job the first time, yeah. This is a complete tangent, and I sincerely apologize, but hold on to your butts. Here we go. I've been looking forward to the new Pokemon game coming out, I believe this year, called Pokemon Champions. It's not a mainline Pokemon game. It's not your classic like, I'm a child and I'm going around the world like looking for Pokemons. It's not like that. It's a battler system, right? I've been really, really, really excited for it because I really enjoy competitive Pokemon. I find it really, really fun. The whole prospect of team building and building synergies and playing against other people's compositions and stuff, I find it to be quite engaging. However, I've been learning more and more about the upcoming game, and it's making me less and less excited. I'm finding out things like there's going to be a premium battle pass for it that has competitive items locked behind the premium battle pass, and there's a bunch of like buy-in extra storage, and the amount of Pokemon that you can use like from the full roster is going to be incredibly limited to begin with, and it's sounding less and less and less and less and less appealing. Plus Sunday night, pay for you D-rolling. Think all the Big Macs you can buy. True. Looking forward to hit game pick man. Yes, exactly correct. Gonna transfer my team from Pokemon Home. Maybe. I'm not sure that I'll be getting it at this point. So I really enjoy competitive Pokemon. Whenever I invite me to watch dog fights with you, you're free. Well, yeah, because the dogs don't use like elemental moves. Heard the news? Yeah. Pokopia is starting to make you want to get a Switch 2, but you think you're still going to wait till more games that you want are out. Well, that's the thing, right? Is I feel like unless you really want to be involved in like the time limited events and stuff, Pokopia is very much so just like an evergreen game. Very much so like a get it at your own place, at your own pace, play it at your own pace, enjoy it. It's not like it's an online game, you know? One of the dogs has a flamethrower. No, it's not good enough because I need to like at least pretend, you know, dress one up in like a laundry basket or something. Call it Squirtle with a shell on its back. Something, you know, spice it up. Give them storylines. Has limited events, it does, yeah. Unlimited events, Animal Crossing specific time style. People test the time. Okay. Sorry. So to correct my answer, Noctua, they are seasonal events, not time limited. So it means that there will be an Easter event, maybe. There'll be like an Easter event or something, and it'll play at the same time every year. It's like Animal Crossing, where there's no actual FOMO. Yep. That I like that. I prefer that over FOMO nonsense. Your cousin purchased Pocopia today, even though he doesn't have a Switch 2 yet. Why? What? I mean, excitement, I guess. You know what? Good. I'm glad. I'm glad that they're excited about stuff. More excitement for things in the world is probably a good thing. Just because of the GameStop concerns. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Either the game has gone the Splatoon route, made humans extinct. Yeah, that seems to be the storyline for it. Is like it's a billion years into the future or whatever. Seems to be what I've picked up from the trailers. All of that aside, though, in terms of games that I'm actually playing at the moment, Slay the Spire 2 has been so much fun. Slay the Spire 2 has been so much fun. I'm up to... I've been able to play it much, but I've gotten to Ascension 3 on all the characters so far. And I'm having a great time. The game feels more fundamentally broken as compared to the first one. But in like in a fun first kind of way, which I appreciate. I anticipate that it'll get more and more balanced as time goes on because it's in early access. But I don't know. I don't necessarily have an issue with some of the things being like fun broken. You gonna play Elden Ring now? Good luck. Good luck. Have fun. You got this. How you if you haven't had it off, I'm curious. How much have you played of Elden Ring so far, Kessa? And what are you thinking about it? How are you finding it? Better be an Easter egg where your Ditto lays an egg and everyone gets a random Pokemon to add to their team. I don't think there are teams in Pocopia. I think it's just like a little society thing that you built. It's not fun, it's pain. Oh no. Yeah, okay. Good luck. Did I ever play Inscription? I did. I played it on stream. Played it on stream the whole game. You love the horror atmosphere. It's quite an inspiration. Yeah, that's the thing is I'd probably, with gritted teeth, I'd probably force my way through Bloodborne. Just because of the atmosphere by itself, I think. Elden Ring, I think the scope of the game is too big for that. I don't think I'd be able to push through. I have it, like I could still play it, but I just, no, absolutely not. Inscription was really good except for Act 3 and the ending. I didn't mind Act 3 and the ending. It reminded me of like internet creepypastas. It was fun. How do I feel about PC games that are one-shots in the sense of only being like 6 to 8 hours long? Yeah, I don't mind them. There's a game called Gris. That was about 5 hours. I enjoyed that a lot. That was like a puzzle platformer. Lots of fun. Yeah, no, I don't mind them at all. Obviously, their price needs to line up with that. So if it's like a $10 game, I'm completely fine with it. If it's an $80 game and it's 5 to 6, like 6 to 8 hours long, at that point I have a bit of an issue. Like those better be the best 6 to 8 hours of my entire life to charge for that much for a video game. But otherwise, yeah, no, I don't mind them at all. Just finish it for the artistic reasons. Gonna be your third try before you always abandon it. Third time's the charm. Have you gotten further with this third attempt? Act 3's gameplay was not fun. You liked the background plot for Act 3 though? I liked the fact that it became like a more analog deck builder in the third act, where you get to like more directly decide how your deck builds instead of having to just deal with what you get given at the time. So it allowed me to kind of play around with some fun mechanics. So I didn't mind it. But I do understand that it's like a little bit more on the grindy, nerdy side of things, where you're like popping packs open in order to try and get certain cards to make your deck work and stuff. That's fair. That's fair. It can be a bit grindy. What are some other games that I've played that are about 6 to 8 hours long? Small Town Hero. How long did that take? That took about 10 hours. That wasn't bad. Was it Wondersong? Wanderlust? Wonder something? Can't remember what the indie game was called. That was about that amount of time as well. It was quite good. Played It Takes Two, right? I've started playing it with Billy. Wonder Song is fun. Yeah, it is very cute. Agreed. Like, there were some elements of it that didn't feel like super fleshed out, but it's fine. Like, it was the premise of like activating things by hitting certain notes and stuff, like just fun. It was just fun. Running around and just going, wah, 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 wah. It just had me, because I'm a child, had me engaged for the majority of the game. And a very cute premise in terms of like aspiring for companionship and stuff. It was fun. I had a good time. I think that was the premise of the game. It's been basically since the pandemic that I played it last. Hello from Manila, Philippines. The lighting is really coming on. Oh, thank you. How was the trip? Well, I presume that you've arrived in one piece. Have you gone to? Have you had your first day yet, or have you just feet on the ground at this point? Little dances you could do, especially in conversation. Yeah. Friendship party is so cute. Yeah, agreed. You gotta go do some paperwork and be back after you finish riding home and have a shower. Okay, go. Look after yourself, bud. Safe ride home. Traveling for 27 hours is way overrated. Yeah. No, all the people who say like you've got to travel 27 hours, it's the best. They lie. I don't think I've ever traveled 27 hours. I've traveled close to that. Even if you're including stopovers, like the amount of time for the stopover, I think the most that I've traveled is like 22, 23 hours. 27 is a is a gambit, an absolute gauntlet. Ooh. Good job for getting through it. I hope you're doing okay. Make sure to take some time to just starfish. Of course I would say that. But 2, take a bit of time to like acclimatize to the time zone, because jet lag is I hate it. 15-hour flight went well. Just got home from doing a super local tour of Manila, essentially everything but touristy areas. It was cool to see the city as it really is. Got some good local food. Nice. Good. I always tend to find like food tours and stuff way more compelling than just like, if you come over here, you can see this shrine that literally everybody comes to. It feels like you're, I don't know, getting more of a lay of the land. Traveling for more than 2 to 3 hours is wild. It's fun. There's no one ever. I get so antsy. I get so antsy on long flights. It's insane. I don't know how I survive, but I managed to do it somehow. I'm a creature of habit, so like not being in my little troll cave for a couple of hours has me uncomfortable. You're back from playing some Guilty Gear? Did you win? Found a local who grew up in the depths of Manila, so she took you to the heart of it. Very enlightening and an amazing experience. Yeah, good. If you've got the energy in you, Fire, I'm curious because I've never been to the Philippines before. Like, I won't ask any general questions because that will compel you to talk for too long. You should be resting. What's the food like? There we go. That's a pointed question. It's my first go-to no matter where we end up. Food is like priority numero uno. Just chilling now because your brain is hurting. Won a few fair few games, obviously learning some stuff as you're learning how to counter things. Also could just be you playing one of the easier characters compared to your main. That's fair. There are characters known as fundies characters, where they've got a really stripped down kit. And the benefit of playing those characters is you kind of just get to learn the core game without having to be like, oh god, well, if I pick this attack, then I go into this stance and then I'm committed to this combo route, but then there's a split on that third hit and then I could go into super. Whereas with the fundies characters, it's just like, okay, I'm going to throw out a fireball, and if they jump, I'm going to shoryuken and just absolutely blast them. So it makes sense that you're learning a lot by simplifying things a little bit. Last one-shot game you really enjoyed was Lumo. About 6 hours. Lumo game. No, not lump game. That's something else entirely. I don't know what it is, but it is something. Lumo. No, I haven't heard of this one before. And apparently it's on the Nintendo Switch. Or it's at least officially announced as of when? 1,000 suns. Back in 2017. Yeah, so probably on the Switch as well. Heck yeah. I'd love it. Okay. I'm gonna be super greedy. FPV, do you mind just messaging me on Discord with just like Lumo? just the single word as a reminder. It helps me stay on top of it after stream, because even if I write it down like in a notepad or something, it doesn't stick. Whereas if it's a message, my brain goes like, oh, okay, I need to like stick that. It's nostalgic. You grew up next to Filipino neighbors, eating the fried plantains with sugar syrup, whipped you back in time when your grandma would cook them up for the neighborhood kids. Nice. I take it from that wording that this is your first time in the Philippines then? Kai is just, here's an overhead, here's a low special, here's an empowered slash, here's a projector, now do stuff with that. Yeah, yep. Sounds similar to like Shoto characters from Street Fighter. Been officially one-worded about the one shot in a one-on-one Discord message. Hell yeah. I've been destroyed. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, your main character you play, Sin, is more like, here's the stuff I can do, but what if it was way more aggressive? Outright didn't give you an overhead or a meter and must keep track. Yep. Now, as soon as your character gives you another resource to deal with. Furthest you've been from home. Exciting. Starfish time? Need to recoup your brain? Yeah. Go. I'm really happy to hear from you though, Fire. Thank you for updating me. I appreciate it. What heckin' layer is that? This upsets me greatly. Why is there foliage in the sky? I'm upset. I'm drenched. Got a chip on my shoulder. On another note, your progress reports for the term came out. Other than art, music, and business, need to step up your game a bit more in the studies. No, that's fair. Doing well is all you'll say. Oh, good. Are you able to like compare with last year and see like, okay, my efforts have paid off. Like I'm doing better in these subjects. Is that kind of the feeling? Whoop. Hi, nice. How you doing? Can I add more blue to that? The answer is maybe. The answer is maybe. Still in the high range of scores. Dropped a little, but not too much. Okay. Only meant to be an hour of playing. Syncing the campaign chapter. Of which game? Arkham Horror? Have I heard of Arkham Horror? Is that board game? It is. I think I've considered buying this before. I've got questions. I have questions, but let me know if you're up for questions or if you're burnt out after having just gamed for a bit. I don't want to overload you. Doing good. House is clean, but brain want to clean more while body needs rest. Fun ADHD moment. Yeah. I won't go into detail, but I've got OCD things. And I can very much relate to that. I can very, very, very much relate to that. Printing stopped on the old version, so good luck buying it, but 2026 version is out now, /soon. Ooh, okay. This is probably just a given yes, given that you've just gone like, oh, well, would you look at the time? I played too much. But would you recommend it? Is it a good time? The reason why I ask this is because I looked up reviews for it, wanting to get a cooperative game for a group of friends, and it was quite, it was mixed from what I could see. Stopped because your fiance has to get up at 6 a.m. I think it's fantastic. Okay. It's hella nerdy. That might... What? That might be why the reviews were mixed. Is because of their nerdiness. This particular group that I'm thinking of is not the nerdiest. My friend group is this particular friend group is not the nerdiest. We'll go with Greek. Why not? This particular friend group that I'm thinking of is not the nerdiest goat in the goat herd. You have trouble with basic maths, so your partner helps, and it's very fun. Of course. Like deck building and maths. Oh. Yeah, okay. So this is sounding like a Mahali game, not this particular friend group game. Frick. Okay, so I've got to find other nerds to play it with. Okay, sure. Why not? Don't. Oh, you're not laughing at me. You're laughing at Goat and Goat Herd, yes. I was going to get defensive for a second, start lashing out like the violent individual that I am. Builds your deck for you based off of what the internet says. You have binders for each class. Oh my god! No, don't tell me anymore. No, I can't. I don't have enough time in my life right now. Gonna take a photo. Yeah, oh, please. I shouldn't. But yeah, no, a photo can't hurt. Let's see a photo. This seems way up my alley. This seems way up my alley. Oh, actually, I know of a few nerds that would actually like it. I don't live in the same state as them though, is the only freaking problem. The section behind the tavern feels a little bit blocky, so I need to try and break it up with more layers without it feeling too overly detailed. I feel like this band of lighting here is a bit too bright. Maybe if I go like that, that helps a bit. Scrolling through Pinterest to see if you can find something to draw. So damn bored. I mean, well, if you're really looking for something to draw, I mean, we do occasionally get quests. Sent a video, easier than photos. Perfect. My next break is coming up in the next ish 20 minutes. I'll give it a look. Meet Cleaver in a discard unceasing top run. Oh no. I'm not ready. The more that you described, the less ready that I feel that I am for it. You are correct. That feels better. That feels better. What I could do is I could add like a little bit of a brighter spot here. Just to add a bit of, yeah, there we go. Just to add a bit of like spatial variance. That way it feels like there are some bits of the cavern ceiling that have a bit more pocket. Just like a little bit. Yeah. I need to make sure not to go into too much detail with it. Just kind of allude to it without rendering too much. Just like, yeah, because even that helps a ton. And then what I'll do is I'll off center. So I'll say that kind of belongs to there. Then I'll move over to the left, brighten, and add another little pocket here. Thinking some unbeatable stuff. Did some today in art for a bit. Nice. Have you considered, you don't have to do this, but have you considered making like OC characters in the style of Unbeatable? So I feel like that kind of occupies the same sort of landscape. I need to be careful not to put stress on my wrist. And then we pivot to the right again. We go in with a brighter tone. We add another little spatial void up here. This has introduced void into my it's introduced void to my vocabulary apparently. You could. Yeah. I feel like it would be a fun like extension of if you're looking for something to draw. It's a way of like doing something creative, but like a little bit different at the same time. Don't have a character that has a bass guitar. Could make a character based around that. Yeah, you could. Oh, that's looking good. That's looking good. If I can say so, if I'm allowed to say so, if it's not against the law, I will say this cavern ceiling is starting to look okay. I'll grant myself that. I will grant myself that much. Yeah. You'll allow? Thank you. As my legal overseer, thank you very much. Because going into stream today, I'll let you in my thought process a little bit. Probably good to do. Going into stream today, I was feeling like the ceiling felt incredibly out of place, because it felt like everything had been kind of color-wise it had been developed, whereas the ceiling felt incredibly plain still, and also like super flat, but it didn't quite make sense because I had some elements of it rendered out and it didn't pop in the way that I wanted it to. Whereas now we've got a bit more going on. Your fiance did a panic buy of everything going out of print so it wouldn't be halted or miss out on the adventures. That's so good. Clutch. Absolute clutch panic buy. Speaking of panic buys, literally earlier today, I saw that Octopath Traveler 0 is a game I didn't realize came out. Is like an Origin Octopath, whatever. I love the first game. Love the first game. Didn't realize 0 was a thing. Saw that it was on sale for like 50% off on Steam, and I panicked and I bought it immediately without thinking. It's probably fine. But oh my god, I have too many games. I'll never play any of them. Message a bit delayed. Talking to him about the next deck upgrade. Oh, nice. You're fine. I got it. Yeah, that's the thing, right? As long as I'm not begging for food. Sure. It's just irresponsible with me, like, moving, I think. So it's less about like logically if I can afford it, and more, is it a sensible decision right now? And I would say that it's a decidedly not sensible decision right now. Play some of them at least. Yeah, you're not wrong. But plus, I need to not be super harsh on myself. I've seen where people have like Steam libraries that have hundreds of games in them. It's not nearly that bad. I wince more when I look over at my Switch game collection because I bought too many Switch games back during the pandemic, back during lockdown. I had far too much time on my hands to consider getting video games, apparently. That is a stockpile that I don't ever anticipate actually getting through. It's an investment to buy games on 50% off. That logic is scary though, because then anytime there's a sale on, I can then morally pose it to myself like, well, it would be incorrect for me to not buy literally everything on sale. Look, that game is only $5. It's only it's usually $60. It's practically begging to be bought. I'll never play it, but it's a steal. have content for the next 50 years of streaming. That's a point. That is a point. A lot of... Here's the thing. A lot of these games, yeah. I need a capture card. Need to get a capture card. Which I could do. Hey, yeah, no, that's a good point. I was just thinking, like, but like some of these games are not like probably the best stream games or whatever. But if I'm playing it and I'm enjoying it, then I'll probably just keep playing it. Or if I play it and I'm not enjoying it, then it's a good chance to like scratch it off the list of I don't want to keep playing this game. If I insta buy without thinking, then good investment. $5 down from 60 is also a required purchase. Ah, frick. Less than a cup of coffee. True, but I'd prefer to, I don't know, not. I prefer to not. I would prefer to buy a boost juice instead. I'm a lot happier with that roof. That ceiling. That built-in indoor ceiling. It's probably not distracting enough to be like an eyesore. I'd waste $5 elsewhere on something that makes me less happy, like a Boost Juice. Well, here's the thing, Boost Juice makes me very happy. Not sponsored by Boost Juice. I think when I drink a delicious Boost Juice with refreshing fresh ingredients, such as apples and oranges and watermelon, when I have this Boost Juice, it makes me feel like $1,000,000. Boost Juice. Can you ask what that grey patch is? Oh, well, which grey patch? There are so many. You're back. Out of sight, out of mind came true. You realised you'd forgotten your tablet of all things. You had to run to uni and get it back. Oh, good lord. Yeah, no. No, but best be on top of that. At least might have to stretch your legs for a while. Yeah, good point. Pre-stretched legs. Not as happy as a $55 discount. I don't know. You quite like Boost Juice as well, to be honest. I mean, my words hold truth. Imagine a Boost Juice for 40 cents. Don't try and like appeal to me with like discount logic. Consider the discount of the Boost Juice and then apply it to the video game and then drink the video game. How much happier would it make me to than a full price one? You're not wrong, but that kind of implies that the video game is as satisfying and fresh as a Boost Juice. Oh no, not with a 2. I do not drink a video game with a 2. I choke on the video game. Video game, fun for playing, not for eating. Eyes and lizards into the pit. before I forget, actually, sorry. Congratulations again for the weekend, I'm drunk. Congratulations again. I'm super excited for you. That's awesome. Don't drink the video game because my argument logic is flawed. Correct, yeah. You haven't convinced me of the nutritional value of drinking video game. It was wonderful to have me there. No, I was also present. just a little one-person crowd in the background. Woo! Playing Subnautica. It's romantic. Don't worry about it. It sets the mood when I'm in the background squealing because because another ghost Leviathan wants to go for my piggies. It was the most moody. I was muted, but it's okay. No, I was setting the vibe. I was setting the vibe, even muted. As long as it's liquid, should be able to drink it. Stone is considered as liquid, so video game should be no problem. Are you equating me drinking lava to drinking video games? Is that what am I observing this correctly? Have I deciphered that? Not lava? I'm pretty sure liquid stone is lava. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Stone in general? Oh, as in like sand. Does sand count as a liquid? Have to say this. Feels so right to have the ring on your finger. Think he likes me. Something is giving you the impression. Like quartz? Oh. This is one of those technical, like, definitional things that's technically true, but doesn't line up with anybody's intuitions. That's fair. That's fair. Like, actually, technically, your hand isn't wet right now. The water molecules are, like, being repelled from the electrons of your hand, and the feeling of wetness is actually like heat that's being transferred. Move ever so slowly, but they still move, so they're really viscous liquid. Really? Interesting. So in theory, if you left like a chunk of quartz on a shelf for 10,000 years, yeah, maybe 10,000 years, like you would see a bit of deformation. That would, that'd be interesting. That's a cool visual for like telling that time has moved on a much larger grand scale. I think that's the old wives' tale of glass. Yeah, I have heard that one before, actually. Quartz is considered a solid, as is stone and glass. I'm curious. Is glass a liquid? Here we go, Wikipedia. Okay, brace for impact, brace for impact. 3, 2, 1, wince. Oh, it's so bright. It's so bright. It's so bright. Glass is an amorphous, non-crystalline solid because it is often transparent and chemically inert. Glass has found widespread practical technology. Glass is ease of formality and shape. Glass refractive, microscopic structure, formation, occurrence in nature, history, physical properties. Reputed flow. The observation that old windows are sometimes found to be thicker at the bottom than on the top is often offered as a supporting evidence for this view that glass flows over a timescale of centuries. The assumption being that glass has exhibited the liquid property of flowing from one shape to another. This assumption is incorrect. You might be correct. You might be right. As once solidified glass stops flowing, the sags and ripples observed in old glass were already there in the day as it was made. Manufacturing processes used in the past produced sheets with imperfect surfaces and non-uniform thickness. The near-perfect float glass used today only became widespread in the 1960s. Study computed the rate of flow of the medieval glass used in Westminster Abbey from the previous focus on soda lime silicate glass. Even with the lower viscosity, the study authors calculated that the maximum flow rate of medieval glass is 1 Newton meter per billion years, making it impossible to observe in a human timescale. So yes, apparently it does have a infinitesimally small flow rate that is inobservable to human perception of any sort of human timescale. Even potentially the human, like a cosmic timescale wouldn't be able to observe the flow of glass. So kind of yes, kind of no. Welcome home. Your flow rate is more than glass. Yeah, on particularly hot days, I become a puddle incredibly quickly. I would say that my flow rate is similarly quite advanced. Tried a new fast food place today because you got 2 burgers for $1. Ooh, okay. New as in they are new, or new as in you've never had from them before? Have observed your upper stuff go lower over the last 10 years due to gravity. Fair. I can confirm gravity exists, and I have the proof. Observe. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm a child. New as in never had before. It was called Oporto. They were doing buy one get one free burgers. Had a 60% discount voucher and a $5 voucher. Oh, hell yeah! Okay. Combos for days. Twitch told you that your message was offensive and told you to rethink sending it. No idea. No idea. I can't see anything. I'm blind. You have Oporto? Yeah, but I think we've got Oporto here as well. Very similar feeling cuisine to Nando's, I think. I'm not too familiar with the menu though. I could be entirely wrong. Who loves them anyway? Discounts? I was just having a whinge about how discounts make me make terrible decisions. So I guess I'm a discount hater, I suppose. Didn't really look much at the menu since you felt like burger. Don't know if they sell other stuff. That's fair, that's fair. There's a Nando's that you think you've been to once. Maybe you should go back and try it out. In my opinion, they're not bad. They're not bad as a fast food option. It's a little bit healthier than like a Macca's, for example. Didn't know your Nan ran a restaurant. Thought she was dead. Yeah, no, Nando's is quite well known. Pretty expensive and not that great. That's fair. I haven't had it in a while. Looking up Nando's, never seen this place before. Is it a fake fast food place? No, it just might not be near you. Just defeated the Hydra Doggo, tier 3 boss through Intangible by using card draw to stack up a lot of chip damage. Nice. Wish there was a Carl's Jr. next to you. There's one in Rocky where you used to live, and it was awesome. I've never had Carl's Jr. I've also never had my third break on time. So I'm going to step away. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I recommend that you do the same. If you haven't for the past hour, get up, move around. You'll feel better for it. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads so that we don't have to deal with pre-rolls or random ad interjections for the next hour. I'll see you soon. BRB. Go watch the game collection. Yeah, we'll do. BRB. That is an insane amount of expansions. That's so good. That's such a Christmas came early this year kind of revelation. That's so good. Welcome back. This will probably cost brand new 4K. Yep. That's what I'm saying. Save your money. Save your money. Regular roll? Oh, hell yeah. Billy, if you've got a second, would you be able to update Future Roof's role on the Discord? Between reptiles, small mammals, birds, aquatics, and felines, what do you think is most popular? Have to paint cases to make prizes for your Congress next week. Same one you were working on with the geometric bears. Yep. For some things you can do all the themes, but for others there'll only 1 or 2 winners. You have to make a choice now. Small mammals are the most popular. That's not up for discussion. I think there's just no but felines. Oh, would you not count felines as heck? Probably small mammals still. Probably small mammals like the little kangaroo mouse and I keep thinking of little baby like teacup pigs and stuff, but still like little mammals probably tip top, then felines are probably second, I suppose. Although you could probably do like felines and like little birds as well, could be quite appealing. Aquatics probably not so. That's like super specific. If you were to do like a dolphin or something, somebody would be like, why is this like beach themed? So yeah, aquatics probably not an option. Reptiles probably not when compared to the others. You could do a cutesy reptile, but that's like you doing all the work, like not the subject matter doing the work, you know? Done? Thank you, Billy. Aesthetically for decor, birds, hands down. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Get the new stuff out this year. Everything's going to be updated. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because as you were saying, they're re-releasing this year, yeah? But it'd be a slow re-release, right? I wouldn't imagine that all the expansions would be re-released in one go. It mix things up, but then there is more choice. So, all the little packs near the end of the video with the were one-off campaigns. Have enough Arkham to last a lifetime. Yeah. Here was me thinking that the little cases off to the side were where you were containing like the decks that you were building. If that's even more content, that's insane. That's so good. If you understood the message attached to that, redeem. What's the regular perks? So regular allows you to, in theory, I'm not sure if I've cleaned everything up yet. It allows you to, whenever I jump into the voice channel on stream, it allows you access, so you can jump in if I'm talking with people. It allows you to automatically update on Discord when you go live, like it'll come up with you in like a little live section of the Discord up the top. It'll allow you to post in self-promo, and I think we should probably attach like stream live updates as well, like people going live, being able to post to stream live. Maybe link that to regular as well. It's nice. Yeah, like it makes sense. So start with the 2026 core set release. Yeah, I think so. Like I was kind of memeing before, but I do need to find a group that would be willing to play with me. Because I do have like a little bit of a board game group here, but they are very casual. They're very casually inclined. Feel free to come over anytime to play. If you're happy. I need to find time in my week again, because I used to go to like board game nights. There's somewhere local to where I am that hosts like, not, I was going to say anonymous. We all turn up in ski masks. No, like just turn up board game nights, which was always fun. I met a couple of really good friends of mine through that, but I haven't been in a very long time, for like a couple of years. So I need to find time to head back, I think. It is a good opportunity that I'm currently neglecting. No hesitation. I'm a good egg. I could be a psycho. You don't know. I could. Oh, what do psychos do? I could. I could pour milk in before cereal. What would you do then? Don't forget the air subs. True. Anonymous investment group turns up to bank in ski masks. Hi, I'd like to open an account. Yeah, sure. Put down the gun first, and then we'll talk. Sorry, I know that I've spent a lot. I shouldn't apologize. I should not apologize. I recognize that I've spent a lot of time just rendering the ceiling, but it's really important that I get this right, because it sets the depth for the entire piece. If I screw up the ceiling, if I don't render it in the correct way, all of a sudden, like a major portion of the canvas feels incredibly flat, and it doesn't sell the illusion. So I need to get this right, and then once I have, I'll take that as a huge win. Yeah. Added me on Steam. Oh, thank you. I'll accept the friend request after this. Would finger chop my throat before I could start any intimidating sentence. I don't think I'm capable, not to like undersell my capabilities, but I don't think I could be intimidating even if I really wanted to be. I mean, apart from like, it's a nerd. Took you a second to put that together. No, you know, you're fine, you're fine. Only finger chop. Hey, yeah. Oh, jeez, a full combo. Oh, God, there goes my throat. All of the... Is it pressure points? All the pressure points on my throat have been sealed. My ninjutsu chakras have been limited. I can no longer access my jutsus. Finger chop. Oh, 9. Can I defend? Let's go. Let's go. Heckin' nailed it. Feel like there's something about the perspective of the ceiling. That could absolutely be the case. My perspective is the weakest part of me. By a landslide. Your finger chop need more train, true. All talk, no chop. True. Oh, that's where chop chop comes from. Oh, dearie dear. All right, speed things up. Chop chop. You want to play Pokopia now? You can. Nothing's stopping you. Also you, a genius. You can put the Switch back on the table in front of you and rest the Joy-Cons on your lap. You could, yeah. That's what you've been doing the last 10 minutes. Glorious. I'd have it no other way. Everyone except Wood has been... everyone except Wood has been updated in Discord and the redeems have been cleaned up. Easy. Thanks, bud. Your neck pressure point is lightly assaulted. Feels more like a butterfly brushing against. Does that? Can you even use the word assault at that point? If it's like, consider yourself having been absolutely destroyed. Tickle, tickle. Deary dear. Intended malice. No, that's a good point. That is a good point. In the same way that I would say like a surprise birthday party is an ambush. Yeah. Yeah. I wave it out of the way. Dumpy gets a smack on the hand, starts crying. Oh no, the Uno reverse card. Oh no, dearie dear. What is that emote? Newt indeed. Hi Astrid, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. What's this grey cloud in the sky again? Didn't understand my explanation at all. It's a ceiling? Yeah, it is. It's a ceiling. So it's a cave. So like all of this is underground. These are sinkholes. So that's sunlight pouring through. And this is all a cave ceiling up here. Feeling sick, staying home from school today. Sorry, bud. Rough. Get well soon. Hopefully it doesn't linger. No. You've been wondering for weeks? Oh no. Ugh. Tells me that I'm not doing my job. Tells me that I'm not doing my job of communicating it enough. And I don't mean audibly. Now you have more time to think about your story while you're dying. Oh, perfect. Yeah, it can get a little bit like that while you're sick. You're like, I can't do anything. I also have infinite time. Thought it was a cloud. The placeholder just confused you. Oh, so you mean like your brain latched onto this idea of it being a cloud? Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Looked like upside down rain cloud, but not. No, I can see that, especially compared to the previous version. If I can find it, this one. Like I can see that. It's back in the day. It looks like just like a layer of clouds with sun poking through. A little bit different now. Wee bit. Makes way more sense. Yeah, fair. Don't keep it a secret from me though. If it still does look like strange clouds, let me know so that I can do stuff about it. Because as I said, like my intention is to use this image for quite a few things, so it'll not serve me well if a lot of people get confused. Want my opinion on something? So I don't know how in Marvel and the other version of New York have the raft, which is like the Supermax prison. Wondering what I thought about Spear in your story having their own prison for superpowered villains that they have to govern over. I mean, it makes sense. Like the logic follows. If you don't want to explore said prison, like the logic follows, but if you don't want to explore how it functions, you could just kind of hand wave it, be like, yeah, there's like a big superhero prison or whatever, and then have people like escorted off to it, but you don't have to cut away to look at it or anything at any time. Fungi? Yeah. Little squishy nature discs. I think the light is so intense that it's hard to differentiate until I've finished. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Not sure if you want to focus on it yet. Do know that the archives building is going to be a big part of the story, at least the story in the universe. love the world so much. You plan to make multiple stories and make something else. Touched on the prison. Well, here's the thing: is been locked into the art doing a prompt challenge in Lunar stream. Just no, you're fine. You're fine. You're all good. You don't have points deducted for not noticing a thing. You're fine. You're fine. But yeah, in terms of like world building, especially for a project, like for example, world building that I'm doing for my D&D campaign, I can explore all that I want, but I don't necessarily need to. I don't necessarily need to show all of that to my players. I could flesh out everything and then be like, based on a satisfying narrative, here are some narrative elements, and kind of like cherry pick what I show to my players. And it could be the same for you with your writing, where you could go through and you could world build all of these elements, but you don't necessarily need to incorporate them into the story if you don't deem them narratively appropriate. You can separate the two. Like your world building doesn't need to go into your writing, and your writing doesn't need to necessarily be fleshed out in like full-on world building. Like a character could allude to another character and then it just not be fleshed out further. Noctua, if you are there, this is not a quiz. You do not have points deducted if you're not paying attention. I repeat. If you're free by the time that I finish stream in like 15 minutes, do you have a little bit of time after? I would love to pick your brain about this piece a little bit, if you will have me. Yeah? Excellent, thank you. I'm getting down to basically like finalizing it. So any things that need to be corrected are of high importance, because like the skeleton has been assembled. Now it's just a case of rendering everything. Sure. So, similar to what's he? Civil War or whatever, where there needs to be like a little bit of oversight. I did see the challenge, by the way, Kels. Is it the pet challenge that she had posted about on her Discord before? Is that the one that you're working on? Doing a background challenge, 1 hour. Current prompt is fantasy realm. Ooh, hell yeah, okay. That's a drink for everyone who hasn't taken a sip in the last hour. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I have not taken a sip in the last hour. Thank you for looking out for us. You'll stop yapping. Put that in the channel so I can read it more. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, it's very it's difficult to read the paragraph in chat. But yeah, if you paste it into the channel, I'll be able to read it. Hi, Ghoulie. How you doing? Just really excited. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I know that it's not out of like malice or anything like that. It literally, it's enthusiasm, and it's lovely to see. It's awesome to see. Good morning. Night for a lot of folks. You're all good. You're all good. How'd you sleep? Well, that answers my question. Good morning, Vietnam. Literally. Slept great. Have 2 days off, so even better. Ooh, hell yeah. Okay. I wasn't expecting that good. Jeez. No, good to hear. Good to hear. Good to hear. My sleep has also been pretty decent lately, which is awesome. Glorious news. Specifically because we've all been struggling with a little bit of sleep stuff at the moment. So it's good to hear that we've had some breakthroughs. Yeah, no, I'm super happy. A lot of the techniques that I've been putting into practice have been helping a ton. Big one being if I'm feeling agitated, if I'm feeling agitated and I can't calm down to get to sleep, going for a shower before bed helps all the time, like always. I've also tried the go to sleep, then if I wake up in the middle of the night, go for another shower and go to sleep. It sounds pedantic as all heck, but it did actually work. So I don't care. If it gives me good sleep, I don't care. I do not care at all. Judge me as you will. But if it works, it works. But then the biggest one is the technology ban before bed. I mean, it's a bit of a dodoy, but it works. You get the shower approach. Soothing relaxes the body. It not only does it relax the body, it tends to like reset my body temperature, which is the helpful thing. Because whenever I'm agitated, it's usually because I'm too warm. Like I become like a little conductive stove in my bed, and I heat up everything that I touch, and it's the worst thing ever. Going through the shower kind of helps to break that, and it gives my bed time to cool down while I'm away as well. So the combination of the two helps a ton. Could be a merfolk in disguise. It just cuts to me. Just like, oh no, I've been, what was the premise of the show again? I've gotten shower water in me. I'm changing. That was H2O, just add water, right? Is, as soon as like any contact water happens and the change begins. You love H2O? Hell yeah. There's a funny video on the internet. I know, shocking. There's a funny video on the internet that does like this is basically H2O, just add water, and they crank the Aussie accents up to 11, and it makes me laugh every time just the two of them yelling out, "Oh no, Cleo, H2O!" It kills me. It just destroys me. Oh no, the condensation. So good. Battle of the Bands episode idea for Hex Squad, where the gang would have to deal with rock band of sirens trying to mind control everyone. Yeah, sounds fun. Oh no, Cleo. Yeah, exactly. The single word. Not to be rude, but Aussies are some of the funniest people on the planet. I reckon Aussies would be pissed. Never say that to an Aussie's face. We're well known for having particularly spicy temperaments. Can't take a joke, we can't. Their accents are just gold. Yeah, I would agree with that. 7 minutes till liftoff. Heck. Fine. I've said it a few times, but I'll say it again. My intention for later this year, probably after I've moved, is to bump my streaming time a little bit longer. So instead of the 4 hours, I'm looking to 5 hours. What that means in terms of start and stop time, like maybe we shift it to like a 6 o'clock start, and like a 6 p.m. start and an 11 p.m. finish. I'm not sure. I'll think of something. But that's the idea. Start earlier. Yeah, could do. Could do. The only hesitation is that I've tended to find that people have been more free later into the stream. Like there have been so many instances of me going to end stream and everyone's like, we're here, Bahali, hi. And it's like, oh God, to end stream, you've been here, but I'm so sorry. Like I've essentially slammed the door in your face. It's so rude. How about 5 p.m. start and 10 p.m. finish? So you don't have to stay up long. Oh yeah, that's a good point. 6 hour stream. Best of both worlds. Start a little bit earlier and go a little bit later. I know, but then FOMOs. One of these days, I'll find a reason to do like a 24-hour stream or something, and then absolutely destroy everybody's sleep hygiene with FOMO practices. The expectation is never that you have to hang out the whole time. If people have to sleep, I do not want to be wrecking people's sleep. That's possible. Like specifically me as somebody who has insomnia issues, that sounds like the worst form of hypocrisy. No sleeping allowed. Nap on stream. Good point. Well, I mean, like for example, Pretender could spend a little bit of time asleep at the bottom of the pit. Like that's an example of efficiency, right? Because you're both spending time on stream, but you're also napping, kinda. There's an easy way to fall asleep. Yeah, so that's what I've been exploring for the past 6 months. Pretender is strategies to fall asleep. There's no easy way. It's one of those like some people find it easier to fall asleep than others, but I have come up with some ways that work for me. Have someone knock you out very gently. just with a hammer and chisel. Just dink. Oh, out like a light. Oh, poor little trooper. Look at him go. We're twinning. Are we? Oh, because, yeah, the same response. No, I see it. Gentle head trauma. Oh, the gentlest. Passive maintenance, yes, correct. I just have one choke out enough to fall asleep. Oh, again, just like just the utmost control, the slightest of touch. Side effect may include short-term memory loss. True. Side effects may include headache, shortness of breath. You feel like you're dying? Yeah, no, go. Sleep. Thanks for hanging out, Astrid. Look after yourself, bud. Or just knockout gas? Yeah. Oh, actually, no, that's a good point. The Batman supervillains had it right. You're correct. Just use different forms of gas, just chemical. Like you've got fear gas, laughing gas, probably more. Calendar gas, probably from Calendar Man. Thanks for listening to you ramble about your lizard. No, you're fine. As I said, if you want my feedback on it, easiest way is to post it into the Discord in that group post. I'll give it a skim after stream. Or the Hornet gas from Green Court. Yeah, that's a good point. Everybody seems to be working in gas. No pressure to read it right away. Take as long as I need. Thank you, bud. Thank you. I always get around to it. It just might take me a little bit of time. Don't use the first gen though. Knock you out for days. That was the case, yeah. Was that in the Seth Rogen Green Hornet movie? That was a blast. And not a good one. There were so many movies back in like the 2010s that just kind of whizzed past and everybody kind of just ignored them. To be fair though, I preferred the approach to cinematic funding back then as opposed to now, where it's okay, we've put $1 bajillion into this particular movie, and if it doesn't make double of $1 bajillion, we're gonna go broke. Our whole studio is gonna go broke. Everyone loses their job. Why? What? Why? Why are you doing this? Stop. Just make like semi-budgeted fun times or like interesting times, or find somebody with an idea and develop that idea. Just do that. There are so many people who have so many ideas. Nothing like a healthy dose of nitrous oxide. Surprise! Define healthy dose. Movies that aren't catered to a specific audience will do significantly better. Do they though? Because there have been so many bombs over the last, like, 2 years. I don't think that's the case anymore. Gotta say, you're over the remakes and endless sequels? Yeah. Yep. Money laundering schemes of movies is just getting more obvious these days. Yeah. It feels like we're just looking at washing machines. Movies catered to general audiences will do better. But I don't... Well, but even still, it's gambling, because it's like a 50-50. It's a 50-50 as to whether or not it does, like, really well, or it does incredibly poorly. Because some people just deem the movie to be bland and boring and nobody goes and sees it. I feel like the best case scenario is like your A24 film, which puts in a fraction of the budget and goes with a director who has like a really clear vision. It makes a couple $100 million worldwide, which is only a fraction of what the big movies make, but because they only put in like $5 million into the budget, profit. It's gotcha, yeah. It's heckin' annoying. I dislike the process. Christopher Nolan movies will always be on your watch list. Oh, for sure. Put budget into that, I guess, but like, that shouldn't be the majority of that shouldn't be the majority of where budget goes. It shouldn't be just a series of big swings. I feel like just find the different audiences and produce movies for the different audiences instead of like trying to get everybody in the movie theater. Like some of my favorite movies of all time, Everything Everywhere All at Once, not a broad movie, not a broad movie at all. The Lighthouse, not a broad movie at all. What's the name of the movie? It's not Inheritance. What's it called? Frick. Heck and blinded. What's it called? Why can't I think of it? Also, Guillermo del Toro did my Pacific Rim. Oh, for sure. Everything Everywhere All at Once was the film that helps you describe your thoughts to your wife, go down the path of discovering your diagnosis. I respect for that film. Yeah. Here's my movie budget. Oh, thank you, soundtrack, so much. I've been pelted by coins. It's very, actually, that's very like Lord and Surf energy. So sorry, Pretender. We've already run over time for stream. We're literally 6 minutes over now. I don't have the time to do a 5-minute sketch. I can quickly, I can reimburse you. I'll do that quickly. Twitch. Viewer rewards, redeems, manage, requests, 5-minute sketch. Where art thou? There we go, and boom, you have your points back. Just draw an next stream, just in case. You can get it? No, all good, all done. I really should end stream. We're 7 minutes over, almost 8. the tavern doesn't take any deposits. It's more like I probably won't remember, right? And then we run the risk of those points going wasted, and I hate that. Without doxing myself, do I have a 9-to-5 job as well, or is freelance illustration my full-time gig? Full-time gig. I'm lucky to be in a position to where I don't have I don't have a significant other. I don't have any children or anything like that. I come from a background that has me in a position where I can be a little bit riskier. So all of my chips are in the illustration basket. Sometimes you just redeem it, then forget about it. Exactly. So it's best that we reimburse and then you can redeem it next time. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Kudos to me. Thank you. It's very much so a luck thing. It's a luck thing. I don't deem it a case of I have 100% earned the ability to do what I'm attempting to do. But I prefer to be honest than try and pretend. Your stream stopped right there at the end. Perfect. See you in a bit. Yeah, we'll do. Yeah, goodbye. Yeah. I'll head off. Final thing before I head off. Sunday, I'll have the details for the Hearthside available in the next couple of days. We're having a Hearthside on Sunday, so we're all going to jump into the Discord for a couple of hours on Sunday and do art stuff. If that sounds fun to you, it won't be streamed. It's just like a community thing. Pay attention to the announcement section of the Discord. I'll have all the details up in the next couple of days. Otherwise, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Hope you had an excellent blah. Hope you have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves. See you soon. Bye-bye.